Hello, 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 everyone. I hope everyone is doing well today. So, for today, we have a very, very special guest. Let me just turn on this lighting. So, for today, we're going to be speaking with VIP very much friend of the show, Boy Meets Minnie, who is going to talk about many things, and so Boy, did you want to start like right away, or did you want to because I have no problem starting right now if you want. Yeah, okay, sounds good to me. So one thing that I did want to kind of to talk about was the fact that Norman Finkelstein actually came out with a new edition of his most famous book. Someone very kindly got it for me. I wasn't even expecting it, because it actually came out on what is what is called in the state of Israel Yom HaTzamut, or otherwise known as Independence Day, right? Which of course is not really an Independence Day. I mean, in the same way that 1776, July 4th is not really an Independence Day, right? Independence for whom, right? But was specifically right, was you could pre-order it, and I mean, I've read the original, and I do know that there's stuff that's added in for sure. But I mean, and there is, there are some, there's a new forward, etc., right? But of course, like I said, when it comes to Norman, right, what's important is, of course, his very deep knowledge of the situation in Palestine. And one of the other things that I also wanted to sort of get to, and actually I might just pull up the video for a little bit, just so that we can at least watch it, was to kind of finish the video that we were looking at yesterday, because I know that we kind of just stopped kind of right in the middle of it, which is fine. Like, I have no problem,
helped lead a campaign to
do that. In fact, I think it's, if anything, it's actually a very interesting thing to do, right? So one thing I want to note right here very quickly is, do you see how all of the land on the US side is parceled out? That's actually very important, because the whole idea of a border, right, is about private property, right? It's about property. Like, that's what it is, right? That is the reason why so much of the land that abuts, right, the border wall, right, why so much of it is privately owned. Yeah, classic suburbia, right? And I mean, this is the reason why you will have suburban homes, right? And in their backyard is the border fence. And a lot of the people there are even people that are Mexican heritage, where they are actually on the side of the border patrol, right? Like, they will, call them. Like there was a story of this lady who someone tried to cross over, and it's very dangerous, and they kind of got stuck in her tree in her backyard because her her backyard, like the back of her yard, like the wall, is literally the border wall. And instead of trying to be compassionate and, try to meet that person where they were at and try to help them in some way, no, instead they called Border Patrol. So, so there is a lot of issues. There are a lot of issues, and again, this also shows itself in the fact that there are a lot of reactionary voices in the Chicanx, Latinx, particularly in the Chicanx movement, right, that don't want to be seen as Mexicans, right? They want their Chicanx identity to be something completely divorced from Mexican identity. That is to say, with like the national identity of Mexico. Because they say, well, we don't have, just like so many reactionary voices. Yeah. Diasporic, like internecine politics is always such a strange thing, right? And this is even the case with, in the Jewish diaspora, right? Because one of the things that Norman does sort of talk about is how, and this is just me remember, because I think it's later in the book, the part I haven't that I haven't reread. I think it's in his conclusion, but he essentially notes the fact that from 1945 to 1967, there was not a single memorial, nothing, nothing of the sort, commemorative thing, right, that talked about the Holocaust. That actually it was the Jewish community instead had to be lockstep with whatever the United States foreign policy was. And one of those things was to be allied with West Germany, right, and have the people that, for some, right, were their oppressors, even the, hello, welcome in. Thank you so much, Karuna Dinatola. Thank you so much for coming in. And so, that, is something that, has happened, as well, where after 1967, that's when you have the change, right? That the shift into now, right, members of the upper classes that are Jewish, right? Like Jewish intellectuals, right? I mean, like, for example, like it's not even a, conspiracy theory. Like the ADL and the American Jewish Congress, they worked with the what is it called? The panel, or I forget what it is, but the whole committee on un-American activities, right? Like they colluded with them, right? In fact, I think it was the AJC, the American Jewish Congress, but I could be wrong. It might be the ADL. They actually called for the death penalty for the Rosenbergs, right? And then said that they weren't really Jewish. You know what I mean? Like, that's how initially, right, for the first administrations that existed right after the Second World War, they did not care about what happened during the Holocaust. It was not something people wanted to talk about, and there were only 3 publications, right, of one of which, Raoul Hilberg's The Destruction of European Jews, or the Destruction of Europe's Jews, it is the only scholarly one. And his dissertation advisor told him, don't write it, because nobody cares. Essentially, nobody wants to hear about that. Now that has changed, right? And that's what, this book is talking about, right? Like how it did change. And I mean, like there is even this quote that makes me laugh, actually. Even, and this is talking about who is this? I want to make sure how. Okay. So this would have been... Okay, well, anyway, I'll just read the quote. I think it's... Yeah, how. Even in... And this is me quoting. Even in Upper Manhattan, he lamented, Israel was no longer chic. Everyone apart from himself was allegedly enthralled to Mao, Fanon, and Guevara. I wish that were true. Like, I wish that the Upper West Side of, Manhattan, that they were all people that were all, like, into Mao, Frantz Fanon, and Guevara. But that's not true, right? That's just a complete lie, right? But, it's an issue. It's an issue. No, I was just going over a little bit of some of the history when it comes to like how like kind of how the idea of the Holocaust as an ideological... Okay, sounds good. So let me transition really quickly. Okay. Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
Oh, it's going great. It's going great. Here, just let me get everything in its place. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Zira, for the tier 1 subscription. 17 months, my goodness. Let's see.
Amazing.
Let's see here. Okay. So, now I can transition over. I'm slowly learning how technology works. Slowly.
No worries.
Slowly, but it's it's getting there. Okay, so first, one thing that I think would be nice to do would be to kind of introduce yourself, right? Because kind of introduce yourself, and also kind of like what are your interests?
Sure thing. And Zero says my volume's a bit low. Is that better? Just pulling the mic in a little more. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, I'll speak up a little bit.
Can people see us in the thing? Because I don't know, like when I in the stream mix.
Yeah, I have it full on my end.
See here.
Oh yeah, the video's gone. I don't know what happened there.
Okay, let's see here.
I'm gonna turn on my camera again. Should be there.
Yeah, like when I'm in Discord, it shows it just fine, but we could see is audible but a wee bit low. I mean, I can always up his volume. Okay, so now we have a video again. Okay, perfect. So yeah, I just have to stay on Discord. I can't, So anyway, so as I was saying, if you would please do the sort of introduction of yourself and kind of, like what are your interests? What do you like to do? Kind of, what type of streamer you are, etc.
Yeah, so many of you probably know who I am, but just for introduction, I am Boy Meets Mini, he, him, his pronouns. A lot of people know me for, and I'll talk into the mic more here. A lot of people know me for critical racing theory. Which, if you're curious what that is, and Nomuni, good to see you over in chat. I started my channel out with sim racing, so I actually have a wheel and stuff. And probably toward the end of the conversation, I'll show you my wheel and probably do a little show and tell. That's what I do normally, and it's super fun. But then, I started getting more into sort of the politics space. I started out, I would say, my journey has been very tumultuous in terms of like my leanings basically I started out I grew up kind of moderate in a moderate Christian family, but then they started becoming more fundy, more evangelical, so I was very right-wing for a number of years until I would say my early 20s. Which, for reference, I'm in my mid-30s now. I'm 35, so I am officially too old for Twitch. Just kidding.
Oh my gosh.
In my mid-20s, I started getting more liberal and more militant atheist. And then I realized that all those people were really bigoted, and so I started looking more into progressivism. One thing that really, a couple things that really stirred me to move left were, one, some of the discrimination I faced in university, not only from white people, but also from actually fellow South Asian people, because the India Students Club was very casteist and not very catering to people from my part of the world who were not Hindu, and specifically not upper caste Hindu. So that's something that propelled me to get more progressive. And actually, I came back to Christianity, but in a way that's much more progressive, sort of, you could call it heretical, I guess. You weren't expecting this collab? Well, here you go. Merry Christmas. But that's how I moved to a more progressive position, was that. And also, after university, I started working in the tech industry, and just the way that people, the way that the tech industry is so dysfunctional and doesn't provide a good career path anymore. Like, you're just hopping from layoff to layoff. That's basically what you're doing now. It has made me more labor focused as well. So that is something I do talk about on occasion, is sort of technology and labor, and sort of how the tech workers' struggle ties into all other labor struggles. It's all together. We're all together on this. It's like, I don't like this separation I see sometimes in labor circles, where it's like, oh, we're blue collar workers, we're better than you tech people that make six-figure salaries, and it's like, it's a very similar struggle. If you're in corporate, whether you're in corporate or you're working in the factory or on the farm, there's a similar thread of struggle and against hierarchy that's going on. So yeah, and also Shakespeare, I don't know if you disclose your location on Twitch, or like generally where you're at. I currently live in Southern California, so I'm not too far from you.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah. So unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish very well. So perdón.
No, está bien, está bien.
It's great to meet you all. Aap sabko salam, aap sabko bahut bahut shukriya. That's some Hindi for you. So hello everyone, and thank you so much. And go for it.
So one of the things that you sort of mentioned was kind of this, like, you mentioned like the term upper caste, right? And one thing I really want to sort of I wanted to ask about, and kind of get more of a since you mentioned that, right? Like, explain more or less like what you mean by casteism, right? Like what does that mean? Like, and how does it affect you and others, right?
So and caste is not like something that's unique to South Asia. I mean, it's certainly that's probably like the primary like part of the world that it happens in. But you know, I think the Spanish Empire had a caste system of its own.
Yes, it did.
The Portuguese also did, but the and of course the British, when they colonized South Asia, they enforced the caste system.
Right.
Because so basically, in the caste system comes out of a twisting of a lot of Hindu beliefs. Because the first thing to recognize with caste is that Hinduism is not a monolith. It never really was, never will be. It is a collection of many disparate beliefs that are indigenous to South Asia. So, and those disparate beliefs got syncretized over time. I have actually read that a similar thing happened in the Abrahamic religions, like with Judaism, and you know, over time, it got syncretized and you know, monotheized over time, if I'm not mistaken. So that's Hinduism remains polytheistic, but the polytheism is very regional. So when you go to different regions of the subcontinent where they speak different languages, the food changes, and I mean, basically, the subcontinent is like many countries all in one. It's like another EU, basically. You can think of it that way. That's the analogy I love to make. And so yeah, so that's kind of what's happened with Hinduism over time. So about, I would say about in like 1000 BC, or like, you know, from 1000 BC to today, that syncretization that happened over time resulted in this sort of imperial system. And Karunadina says it here in chat. The terms in Sanskrit are jati and varna, which jati is more like an identity, varna is more like a class in society. And so when these empires were ruling India, whether it was the Gupta Empire, Maurya, the Pandyas in southern in the southern part of the subcontinent, and in Sri Lanka, these different empires, they wanted a religious justification for the sort of the society, for society and for all the different classes of society. So they invented this lore in the religion. So there's a goddess, and I'm a Christian, so I won't get this 100% right, but my understanding is that there's a goddess named Manu, and Manu gave birth to, I think, 5 children. 5, yeah, 5, 4 or 5, I think. And so basically, each one of those, there's like this divine justification for castes, and each one of those 5 children represent the various sort of main castes. So you've probably heard the term Brahmin. Brahmin is like the top of the top, right? They are considered sort of like almost like like elevated beings, basically. They are like greater than human. Whereas and a lot of it again comes from occupation, from how much land your family owns, generation to generation. It also comes from last name. It comes from a lot of things. So yeah, Brahmins are considered people coming from the mouth of Brahma, the god Brahma, which is an avatar of Vishnu, I think. Brahma, I think, is an avatar of Vishnu. So, anyways, all that complexity aside, basically, caste is this religiously justified system of dividing people up into hierarchy, and it evolved over time. It evolved as Hinduism, or what we know today as Hinduism, got syncretized over time. And so, what has happened over time is that it feeds into every aspect of your life. Caste in India and throughout South Asia feeds into everything in your life, from property, economics, to marriage, to your job, your employment, and just like how people treat you socially as well. So the social standing. So basically, what casteism is when, for example, if an upper caste, like a Brahmin person, doesn't want to give a job to a Dalit person because they think, oh, this is a white collar office job, it's only for Brahmins, only for people in my caste. So a lot of times in South Asia, this is what happens. Dalits who have the education, they were able to get despite poverty, were able to get scholarships and affirmative action and get into university, get an education. They're not able to get jobs because of their caste. And the way you tell someone's caste is usually last name. They'll ask you what your father did for a living. And also in Hinduism, there's this concept of reincarnation, right? So when you reincarnate in that caste. There's no mobility. So because in the faith, in sort of modern Hinduism, there is no caste mobility. Your family just remains there generation after generation. It's like a curse, especially if you're lower caste. So, yeah. Oh, Brahma is a different god. My bad. I thought he was an avatar of Vishnu. I mixed that up. But anyways, so anyways, that is sort of a crash course on caste. There's much more I could say about it, but basically it is this religiously justified hierarchy or I guess it's it feeds into other hierarchies. I wouldn't call it its own hierarchy. It feeds into existing hierarchies of like imperialism, of capitalism, of sort of patriarchy. It heavily feeds into I don't think people talk enough about how caste and gender are emphasized.
Yes.
Like the caste system heavily reinforces patriarchy and the gender binary. So that's not good. And it is also very transphobic as well in many ways. Upper caste people during colonial rule started converting during. Yeah, so what happened during the colonial era, when post Mughal era, when the British colonized the subcontinent, the they often, what the British did is they often sided with upper caste landowners and people who already had positions of power, like in village councils or city councils or whatever, and so they would side with them, the upper caste people, and basically made them like a ruling class or like a noble class of the colonial of the colony. So, and they used to, do administrative jobs and government jobs and stuff. So, and they would keep lower caste people out of it.
Right. So essentially, they became the like colonial civil service, right? And then yeah, because Namuni brought up how did caste system, when it comes to Christianity, it's really interesting because technically, like Judaism also has kind of a caste system technically, but it also but because of the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE, right? Like it technically doesn't exist, so to speak, but it's more like ceremonial than anything, because you have the Kohanim, right? So usually you can tell that by their surname because it's Kohen, right?
I didn't know that. Okay.
Because Kohen means like priest, like that's the best way to. And then you have the Levim, right? The Levites, and they also serve in the temple, right? Because so the belief is that they are the descendants of Aaron, right? Who was the descendant of Moses, who was given the Torah, right? So so there was a caste system like that in Judaism, but because of the diaspora and everything, it kind of went away. So now only in very specific holidays, in particular, I'm thinking Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, like very, very specific ones. Kohanim get to do things like, for example, it's not just holidays, but for example, when you go to synagogue on Saturday, right, during the Shabbat, they will ask if anybody is a Cohen or a Levi, right? The reason why is because they get to go first if they to read the Torah, right? Because you're either Cohen, Levi, or Israel, right? And so if you're one of the first two, you can go first. Cohen first, then Levi, and then everybody else, Israel, right? And so again, only in that religious setting does it really take predominance. But again, like I said, it's mostly in those specific. Now, as for the Americas, when the Spanish had their caste system, Is it related to the 5 tribes? You mean the 12 tribes? There were 12 tribes of Israel, right? Because Jacob, who was then called Israel, right? Because he wrestled with. Well, it's interesting because the Christian view and the Jewish view of like why he received that name is very interesting because they say, oh, he wrestled, like the Christian views, he wrestled with an angel or wrestled with God or something like that. But the Jewish view is that, like, the best way how I could put it is that he wrestled with Esau's guardian angel and defeated it, right? Like, kind of like he was trying to, bring revenge upon Jacob for, what he did, right? With the inheritance thing. And so that's why he got the name Israel anyway, but I don't want to, dive off into.
No, it's good. It's good background, and I think that builds a bridge. See, I think that builds a bridge in the conversation because, like, the thing again as and actually back to Nomuni's question about how did the caste system sort of make its way into Islam and Christianity. So, for context, in South Asia, what happened? So Islam was introduced to South Asia through and Swamp God, good to see you. All of your wonderful mods in chat. Yeah, so basically the way Islam made it to South Asia was first of all through trade, on the Silk Road. But then the other way was obviously through conquest, the Mughal conquests. The Mughal and of course, the Mongol conquests as well. I mean, they're all the same, right? So when those conquests happened, that's when Islam became sort of a state religion, right? Through the rule of the Mughal emperors and the Nawabs and the Nizams in southern India, in Hyderabad, in Andhra Pradesh. I got to turn out. I'm yelling into this mic, so I'm going as clear as I can.
Okay, I put it.
Test. How we doing?
Are we doing better now?
Let's wait for stream delay.
Okay.
Much better. Okay, awesome. Telangana, not Andhra. Yeah, of course. Basically, yeah, I know. But Andhra Pradesh used to be all one. But anyways, that. I don't want to get into the specifics there. But when the Mughal rule came to the subcontinent, when the Mughal rule came down to the subcontinent, that's when Islam really took hold, and so a lot of people, in order to avoid casteism, in order to avoid the especially lower caste people who are Hindus, they converted to Islam to get away from the caste system and to actually have a leg up in that society because Islam was the state religion of those Mughal empires. Of those holds. So basically, that's how they were able. They could at least get away from the caste system to some degree and convert to Islam. So most Muslims in the subcontinent are from lower castes. I think this is something people don't talk about. They are descendants of people, or they are converting from Hinduism to escape the caste system to some degree. Because the caste system is also very emphasized by the temples, by the sort of hierarchy of the temple and the Hindu organizations, so they try to get away from that. But the problem is within Islam and Christianity, which again the majority of Christians in South Asia also come from lower castes to get away from sort of Brahmanical Hinduism. They yeah, they are. It's 85% of Indian Muslims come from lower from scheduled what they call scheduled castes or lower castes. So yeah, it's a large number who come from those. But in Islam and Christianity, unfortunately, in South Asia, caste still pervades. So it definitely still happens with education. A lot of lower caste people who came from those lower caste backgrounds, they're not able to access education. They're still oppressed by the government, who still emphasizes the caste system in many systematic ways. The church itself does casteism, where they don't do anything to uplift those communities that are in poverty and under oppression, under caste oppression, you could say the same for mosques as well. So yeah, there's a lot of systemic problems within the institutions of Islam and Christianity in South Asia, where they are not actually doing anything to, as Ambedkar was the framer of the Indian Constitution. He was himself from a very low caste and he basically was like one of India's main freedom fighters during the independence movement, and he framed the Indian Constitution in the 1940s. And yes, Ambedkar, Jai Bhim, as we like to say, Jai Bhim indeed. He wrote a famous piece, which you've probably heard of, Shakespeare. It's called The Annihilation of Caste. It was a speech that he was supposed to give, but then people blocked him from giving it because he was going to piss off a bunch of the upper castes, people in the sort of British Indian government at that time. So,
Right.
yeah, kind of like the MLK of India, for real. So Jai Bhim indeed means long live Bhim, because his first name was Bhim Rao, was his first name. Ambedkar is his last name. So, but anyways, he talks about the annihilation of caste, and in that speech, he actually talks about how various religions, he talked about how all the religions in the subcontinent, not just Hinduism, actually contributed to the problem of caste. So they didn't do anything to liberate people from caste. So, and that, so in Islam and Christianity, unfortunately, because of the hierarchical way those religions operate, have historically operated and continue to do so, it's a problem that I acknowledge as a Christian from India, and I'm also the grandson of a bishop.
Oh, wow.
My grandfather, on my dad's side, was a bishop of the Methodist Church in India. He was a bishop in a couple of states. And so he oversaw hundreds of churches throughout the country. So, I mean, he was in a high position of responsibility, but even with that, he actually also talked about these things in his sermons. He used to try to address it at an institutional level, but it was very hard. You got a lot of hate for it, for trying to address these issues, so institutionally. So, yeah, it is something sort of in my family that, like, we've actually been trying to fight against a lot of these things, but it's really hard because there's a lot of corrupt, privileged people of upper castes who don't want that change to happen.
Right.
And they want to maintain their privilege position. So.
Right, and
Um,
and the way how I would relate that to the question about the American one, I always bring up this book, Maria Elena Martinez, who is like
looking on the camera here.
who is like who is one of my favorite historians, but it shows the different racial castes, right? Because the language that they used to describe people initially, right, was one, if they had purity of blood, right, and then I sort of mentioned this yesterday, they had this idea of like it's not just in the blood, but also the soil that you're born on, right? So so, and now there's a phrase that people shouldn't say anymore.
Of course, like Russia, we're looking at you.
And so. Right, exactly, and so for the colonies, right? Because the caste system did not exist in Spain itself; it was only applied to in like Mexico, in South America, in Central America, in the Caribbean, and that is that it was based on ideas of race and also of this idea, that wherever you're born kind of influences who you are. And so that is why like the highest positions of government could only be from people that were white Spaniards born in Spain. Like they had to be from Europe. So the Archbishop of Mexico, which is the highest ecclesiastical position in the New World, just like the largest archdiocese, the wealthiest as well, and then the viceroy, the vice king, who essentially rules the viceroyalty of New Spain, the entire landmass that belonged to that essentially went from southern Alaska, at least claimed from about southern Alaska all the way down to about sort of Costa Rica. and including, all of the land sort of in the western part of the United States and such. That was all under control of the Viceroyalty of New Spain, and it really was a new Spain. Like, in order to cross the Atlantic to colonize, they made you prove that you had blood purity, and that meant no Jewish descendants in your, antecedents, right? And so these were some of the things that, Maria Elena goes in this book here, but the racialist ideas of like, oh well, like that women were somehow more susceptible to contamination, right, and that your caste was more determined upon your father, and it became very complex. But it got to the point where they started to create so many categories that at one point they kind of just consolidated, and essentially what it meant was that even if you were European and born, but you happen to be born in the Americas, you could only get the second highest tier of jobs. And then if you were mestizo, which meant that you were mixed race, then you could get, like you could only be a priest. You could never be a bishop. You could never be any, you could only be a priest or lower. And then if you were in, anything of the lower castes, I guess, which again are racialized castes, right? So that is to say, if you are black, right, either a slave or the descendant of a slave, right? Like you can't own property, all of these things. And then if you're indigenous, there is either you have to completely, become Christian, but live in what they called La República de los Indios, right? Like literally this idea that they had this like other space, right, where they had to be evangelized, but where they kind of did not want them to be sort of in the colonial heartland with them. So a lot of, and so again, it was a racialized caste, right? To be indigenous or to be any of the intermediate castes that existed with that resulted in whether or not you could live in the city, right? What jobs you could have, who you could marry, right? Because mestizos could marry someone that was, and they would typically try to, like if it was a man, would try to. In fact, this is actually something that still happens in Mexico. I saw someone actually brought it up on Twitter yesterday, that no Mexican president has ever married a woman that is of a lower caste than him racially. Like it's always
Really?
it's
I didn't know that.
it's always a white woman, a lighter, and so because of that, people were saying like that's been the same forever. Right, and that is because, again, even though Mexico in the 1930s created this nationalist project of saying, oh, we're all one, so to speak, we're all mestizos, the issue with that is that also said the indigenous people are of the past, right? So by trying to, quote unquote, abolish the caste system, right, they actually reinforced it even more because they said, oh well, indigenous people don't really exist anymore. So and again, even how Mexico measures indigenous people is very problematic, because we like the way how the census works is it's only if you speak the language as your first language. So
Really? So even if it's like if you learned it later in life, or if you're like a descendant of indigenous people, like that's really messed up. I mean, so they don't count you as indigenous or descendant of indigenous unless you like speak it as your first language.
Exactly.
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 Yeah, and that's kind of basically what you described happening in Mexico, and I guess throughout the sort of Spanish speaking world. The sort of post-colonial Spanish-speaking world. It's kind of like what you see. It's very much like what you see in South Asia. In specifically in Hinduism, lower caste people cannot go into many temples. They are often not allowed to pray in temples or even set foot in those. They're not allowed to take part in many rites or festivals. And so the problem is that yeah, a lot of those people get excluded, and so what a lot of upper caste people will say is, "Oh, we're not casteist. We're not being discriminatory. We're just doing our duty." You know, basically, there's this. Again, I'm not Hindu, so I'm probably gonna misquote this, but basically, they think that it is like the divine order of things that they're following, so therefore they're doing the right thing. It's sort of like they think this is divinely ordained.
Right.
You know, the stratifying of society is divinely ordained, and unfortunately, that has led because of because of the way you know, religions like Islam and Christianity came into the country. Like, again, I said Islam came through conquest, so again, it came from primarily through conquest. So the problem is that that system, while it certainly had less of the trappings of the Hindu caste system, they still carried forward a lot of the discrimination that was done prior to Mughal rule. And then, of course, in when the British came, they turned everything up to 11 with the caste system.
Yeah.
And it applied across religions, even to Christianity, particularly because one of the main ways that the subcontinent was colonized was through the spread of Christianity, through British and American missionaries, and even though I'm a Christian, like, I do recognize that Christianity has been one of the main spears of colonialism in the world and throughout world history. And so I am more of a church abolitionist. I realize it's a very radical position, but I do recognize the church is generally on the side of, or is and is part of the oppression that you see in the world. They are apologists for oppressors rather than uplifting those who are oppressed. The church always sides with, no matter what. I mean, we saw during World War II. One of the, like, if you remember in World War II, you know, when you study about like how the Nazis captured territory, when they attempted to do Lebensraum, right? When the Nazis attempted to do that, what was the first thing in every village, every town that they took over? The church. They would take over the church, drape the swastika flags and all that. They would take over that church, and of course they had a brand of Christianity, Protestant Christianity, called positive Christianity, right? They twisted Christianity for their own fascist ends. And so this is what you're starting to see in places like the U.S. So something I think that and this is something I constantly harp on as a Christian to other fellow Christians, like, nationalism is not faith. And something I've been saying, and I don't know if you agree with this, Shakespeare, if you agree with this interpretation, I interpret when you mix religion and nationalism, like the way Hindutva, extremists do in India. For those who don't know, Hindutva is the primary ideology of the current ruling party of India, the BJP, and Narendra Modi, the prime minister. That is his ideology. His ideology is Hindutva, and he may not like. Some people say, "Oh, he's not really Hindutva. He just he's very open-minded and centrist." Like, people think he's a centrist. I'm like, no, he's a far right-wing fascist. Do you not see this?
Well,
literally Indian Hitler, and I don't think people recognize that. But then, so I'll talk to Indian Christians. So a lot of Christians in India, what's weird about them is, and this is something I'm trying to get across to them as a minority voice in that community, is because progressive voices in Indian Christianity are very seldom, very rare. It's most people are socially conservative. They're very anti-queer, so they would look upon us as demons. You being someone who is, as you can see by your tags, you're trans, non-binary. I'm cis male, but I'm also demisexual, and I'm a little bit bi. I'm mainly het, but I'm a little bit bi, I would say. So I'm just a little bit on that bi spectrum. So they would look upon us as demons, but then I talk to them as
demons descending on us right now.
That's a good one. Yes, literally. Yes, sorry, chat. Yes, we have literal demons descending upon this screen. Start praying. But anyways, no. But so this is So nationalism and this is the sort of realization I've come to in through prayer, through much reflection, through analysis, is that nationalism, because Jesus, if you study the four Gospels and you study even some of the prophecies of the coming Messiah in the Old Testament, like in the book of Isaiah, it's the thing with Jesus was he was against a lot of the hierarchies. Yes, he was documented to be a rabbi, and he was documented to have come up in the temple and adopt all their teachings. But then he rejected all those teachings and said, "No, what you are doing with all these like really strict laws and by imposing them and then creating this patriarchal system, you have fallen away from God. The log is in your eye. You have a log lodged in your eye. You need to take it out." And so this is why Jesus opposed the temple priests. And so and he saw that like people were misusing their faith in God to discern between Jews versus Gentiles, and Jesus tore that separation down and said, no, everybody's welcome in the temple, everybody is welcome to God's love and forgiveness. So again, that's the angle I'm coming from. I'm more sort of, that's what a lot of Christian anarchists will say, is that it's supposed to be about liberating all people regardless of identity, regardless of ethnicity and language and skin color or anything. It's regardless of any of those things. And so nationalism, to me, I actually consider it idolatry. And I know it's it's probably not too radical for you, but like a lot of Christians would immediately want to shoot me in the head because
oh my goodness,
nationalism
in a video game,
of course. But yeah, a lot of them own guns, so
well,
I'll be careful. But the thing is that the nationalism is idolatry, and the reason it is because they are creating a version of Jesus that they wrap in a flag, and then they misuse it to hate others, misuse it to literally build walls, but also to exclude a lot of people from love thy neighbor. I always say that when Jesus said love your neighbor, love thy neighbor as you would want to be loved, people put a filter on that word neighbor, and that filter keeps growing. We see this all the time now, right? It's like, for a time, it seemed like Christians were getting more liberal, they were getting more accepting of others, and then, Gamergate happened, Trump got elected, and now around the world, in like Europe and in Australia, there's a lot of conservatives gaining power. Look in Germany at the AfD, for example. They are Christian nationalists, literally. So the problem is that people are doing this form of idolatry called nationalism. And when I tell Indian Christians this, they're like, yeah, I agree that Modi is a fascist, and Modi is this and that, and he's bad, but India needs to be a Christian nation. I'm like, okay, you don't understand what fascism is then. You do not understand it. What you want is the Christian version of what Modi is doing right now. And I did a video on this recently, which I think I posted in your Discord recently. I did a video recently on the persecution and the oppression and violence that Christians actually face in India and in South Asia. And the long history of it. But particularly recently, it's gotten bad. Hindutva extremists will go in, Modi supporters will, they'll all like gang up and take people hostage from churches. The police will then arrest all the Christians, even after those Hindutva nationalists have gone in. They've, vandalized the church. They've assaulted people. They've taken musical instruments, Bibles. They taunt you. They say, "Oh, your Jesus is not going to save you. He died on a cross. He died, whatever." It's like they will taunt you about that too, and then the police will arrest you for what's called illegal conversion, like you are illegally converting people to Christianity. Which, and there's a lot of these anti-conversion laws throughout South Asia. Unfortunately, at like the state level, the province level. So basically. there's that kind of persecution going. Yeah, and Stan Swami, Nomuni just mentioned, Stan Swami was a Jesuit priest who was sent to prison and unfortunately died to torture. He was tortured by the police and also by Hindutva nationalists as well. So yeah, read about the story of Stan Swami. That's like one of the brutal examples of persecution in India. And so I tell Indian Christians, like, okay, you see that's going on, right? There are some Indian Christians, and they're mainly sort of wealthier people who have a lot of property and stuff. They're like, I have heard Indian Christians say, I wish we could do that to all these Hindus. I'm like, okay,
Oh my
you
gosh.
understand the difference between Hindu and Hindutva? And they're like, no, it's the same. If someone's a Hindu, they vote for Modi. I'm like, no, that's not how it works. Most Hindus don't like what Modi is doing. Okay, now there are many who do. Unfortunately, they've been propagandized. Okay, there is a propaganda problem in India. It's a horrible. It's almost as bad as Israel's propaganda problem. But people have been. Modi is like, you know how Trump tried to do fake populism. Modi is the best at fake populism. He is too good at it. Now, of course, that's starting to fall apart. In this current election, if you're not aware, anybody in chat, India is currently doing the world's largest election. It's ongoing. I think in a couple of weeks they're going to start doing final counts. There are, I think, 500 million votes being cast in this election. Yeah, 500 million people are voting in this election.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's the biggest election on earth. Not the the U.S. election is like the most important geopolitically, but India's is like by numbers the largest.
Right.
So, long story short, in this election, there is now a widespread rejection of Modi and his fascism, and also his failed policies. He's failed the economy. Youth unemployment is higher than most other countries. Poverty's way up. Inflation's up. Like, he's basically ruined everything, everything about India. And yet he's like paying billions of dollars to these corporations to build new airports and malls and stuff, and only cater to the top 5% of society while everybody else is suffering. So that's what's happening in India. And I talk to Christians and they're like, well, we don't like Modi because he's Hindu. We wish we had a Christian leader. I'm like, that's not going to fix anything, man. If you look at all the examples of Christian nationalism from European monarchies to modern countries like Hungary, or if you look in Africa at Christian majority countries, they are ruled by like military like generals or tyrants, generally. Like if you look at Uganda, if you look at countries like the Philippines is Christian majority and very Christian nationalist, but look at the state of their country. Like it's and a lot of their policies, like it's not making things any better. So that's why as a Christian, I'm in favor of secular interfaith existence, coexistence of everyone. You know, you're Christian, Muslim, you're atheist, if you're a Sikh, if you are a pagan, if you're an indigenous person who practices an indigenous faith, I want, cooperative coexistence of everyone. As a Christian, and unfortunately that makes me a fake Christian. So yeah, and so these are some of the reactionary things I'm seeing in Indian Christianity, where people are like, they will literally say, because I'm a leftist who supports queer rights, they will say, that means because Biden did trans day visibility and Biden wants queer rights as well, and Biden shook Modi's hand, therefore Modi's in favor. You know, they will confuse Hindutva fascism with the left wing, with all the left wing movements, all because Modi shook Biden's hand. I'm like, Modi shakes every world leader's hand. He shook President Xi's hand, despite all the xenophobia that's in India. He shook his hand too.
Right.
It's like, and so they'll, like, I've heard Indian Christians say, "Oh, you want to promote progressivism, therefore you are on the side of Hindus." I'm like, no. So the problem is there's a lot of this campism, tribalism going on between religions, and a lot. It's mainly I've seen. I don't want to be ageist here, but it's mainly I'm seeing it in older generations, Gen X, Boomers. They are the ones sort of talking about this on WhatsApp. You know, in India there's this joke we have, WhatsApp University. People are learning this info through WhatsApp all the time, and it's being widespread, like anti-vax theories and stuff. And like fake science and stuff like that. That's being spread a lot through WhatsApp. So it is a massive reach, and so that's why I started doing what I'm doing on Twitch, and I hope that more like the good thing is I'm seeing a lot of younger Indian Christians. They are becoming more progressive. Many of them are pro-Palestine, which is good. Azad Palestine, you know, free Palestine. And so I am seeing a lot, but my focus is, again, I want younger people and current generations, Zoomers, millennials, Gen Alpha, people to to start to, think of their faith not in the framing of we are better than everyone else, but think of your faith as a way to uplift others. And I think that's, I don't know, I don't know if you've had it, if you've, I've actually listened to like I listened to one rabbi's, I forget which rabbi it was, and then I listened to one Muslim imam's sermon. There was one imam in Canada. I listened to his sermon, both of their messages about how we need to uplift others. And I feel like this is a common thread across faiths, and even people who are of no faith. I think there is this common sense of humanity and uplifting others that is missing in institutional religions. And I think that was the same message that Jesus was really emphasizing 2,000 years ago, at least what's written in the Bible. Jesus was emphasizing this in his time. But we missed that message, and over time we've just made Christianity this spear for colonialism. And so that's why that's kind of what's led me to more of the Christian anarchist position. And even there are some things about Christian anarchy I need to address too, but that I'm not doing this with. But yeah, generally I am very sort of anti-institution, and I wish more Christians would adopt that position, but they don't.
Well,
They don't do it in good faith. They're like, I hate the government, but I love corporations. I'm like, you realize that both are connected at the hip. They're both the problem.
right, yeah. There's actually someone in YouTube chat that actually says that.
Oh, you're on YouTube. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. They said Disco Wolf said that they're also church. They're also a church abolitionist, and they said that they salute you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's good to see that. Oh, I see your YouTube link. I was trying to search for you. I see your. Let me pull up your chat over here.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's good to see that more Christians are actually young Christians are starting to realize this. And of course, the older Christians will say, "Oh, these young Christians are being deceived by the devil. They're being led away from the church." And I ask these older Christians, have you asked yourself why people are leaving the fold? Have you asked yourself? And of course, when people think you leave church, it means you've given up on God. That's not true. Well, I've actually found that by sort of not adhering to any denomination, not adhering to the institution, and instead being critical of the institution, I've actually gotten closer to God. I don't know what your faith journey has been like, Shakespeare, but that's been my sort of journey as someone who still, who has faith and who, tries to live my life in a way that uplifts others and that, is, more forgiving, but also, in fact, last night in my Twitch chat, I was playing a game, and someone came in because I have the Christian tag on my Twitch, and on my YouTube, I put the Christian tag. So I want to get Christians in and start to have these tough conversations that no one's having in church. If you try to have this convo in church, you'll get booted out. Okay, unfortunately. Whereas in synagogues, it seems like there's more. It's more welcoming for debate and conversation. That seems to be more the culture in the diaspora there. Or many rabbis are welcoming of questioning. That's literally part of being a Jewish person. But with Christianity, you don't question. That's the problem. And I, as a Christian, will say, no, we need to have these discussions. We need to talk about bigotry in our community. We need to talk about nationalism. We need to talk about racism, casteism, all these things. We need to talk about gender and why Christians overemphasize gender as the world's biggest problem. It's not. Gender is not a big deal. Okay, someone's gender identity is important, but when I say gender is not a big deal, they make it this massive culture war issue, and I'm like, no, people identify who they are. That's it. You can't do anything about it. You can't force them in the you can't force them into the binary. You have to let them self-identify, and then you respect that. It's that simple. So, but when I say that, I'm the devil. So apparently, so yeah, it's I'm sort of dealing with all these things at once. There's in on both fronts. In American Christianity and Indian Christianity, there's like I'm dealing with all these things on all these fronts, and unfortunately, in Indian Christianity, there's been this sort of importing of all the American brain rot of like pro-capitalism, conservatism, of whiteness. There's a lot of whiteness in Indian Christianity, unfortunately, that's been entering. It's mainly because evangelists, when they go over there, they bring all that with them, right? When Billy Graham, or I guess now Franklin Graham, goes over there. I mean, Franklin Graham is not. I would argue Franklin Graham is not a Christian. He is far from God. He is very far removed from God. I don't, he is just he's one of those like super corrupt evangelists. And so people like Franklin Graham, people like Joel Osteen, and evangelists like them, they will export all that whiteness and hatred over to India. And so then Indian Christians will start adopting all the same stuff. And where the whiteness comes in particular is I've seen it with particularly with marriage. So when I've noticed that Christians in India will be very judgy on the color of a woman's skin. It's really, there's a lot of colorism, and I'm sure that's also the case in Mexico and in sort of throughout the Latin America. Like colorism is a massive problem, and I've seen it where like families will like decide whether or not their son will get married to someone else's daughter based literally on skin color or on like what region of the subcontinent they're from. Like I've encountered, not from my own family so much, but from other Christian families and people I know in the Christian diaspora in India, I have actually encountered racism from them against someone I was seeing, because I was for a little while I was seeing a Tamil person, someone from southern India who had darker skin than me, but I thought she was cool and she looked really good and everything. But then I got a lot of hate for that. It's like, you really think it's like, wow, really, are you who are you to say, man? And it's like, it's like this, all of this stuff over time has been creeping its way into Indian Christianity, and that's why like recently I've gotten on this kick of, we need to have these tough conversations now, because if we don't, this is just gonna fester. These viruses aren't gonna go away. Sorry, I've been talking a lot. I guess, what are your thoughts on all of that? I guess, what parallels can you see in all of that?
Well, I mean, in the Jewish world, like kind of going back to what we sort of started with the whole idea of nationalism. I mean, obviously, Zionism has been a horrific thing to have ever happened to the Jewish people, because it is in itself anti-Semitic and very, very harmful, as well as as we see now, right? As people are seeing now, genocidal. And I would argue it was always so from the beginning, but that's neither here nor there, I suppose. But I did want to mention that actually, Podhoretz, Norman Podhoretz, who's was a very famous Jewish commentator and everything, actually published, and this is in his article, or no, I think it's in his memoirs, called Breaking Ranks. So this is in 1979. So remember, the American Jewish community did not at all care about the state of Israel until they couldn't care, so to speak, right?
Even in the 40s, even during World War II.
Yes, like it was seen as it was actually seen as a communist thing. I'm not even joking. They're like, because they're all leftist over there, because they want to have their kibbutzim, and they're,
boy, were they wrong.
Right. And I'll just quote from the book here. Accordingly, American Jewish elites suddenly discovered Israel after the 1967 war. Israel's military elan could be celebrated because its guns pointed in the right direction at America's enemies, right? But the part that I want to quote here in his Norman Podhoretz's book, in his memoirs, is that after June 1967, so after the 1967 war, Israel became the, quote, religion of the American Jews, end quote. And I think that is so true, because Zionism as such is not as big of a factor outside of the United States, right? But in the United States, it's like, if you're Jewish, you are a Zionist, right? Like, those two things are seen as kind of what you were saying earlier, right? Where people see, oh, if they're Hindu, then they must be Hindutva and Hinduism go hand in hand, right? And it's the same way with Zionism, even though the people that have been critiquing Zionism from the beginning were Jewish people, right? And in fact, like something I have mentioned quite a lot is that, the 80, which was all of the chief rabbis of the different major cities in Germany, signed a letter asking the government, the Kaiser at the time, to not allow the Zionist Congress, Theodor Herzl, to host his Congress, right, to propose colonizing Palestine on German soil. So they didn't. Instead, they had to keep it in Switzerland. And we've come very far from this period where people would deny, right? People would actively either be uninterested, right, if not disinterested, right, in the state of Israel and Zionism, right, which is supposed to be this nationalism that but it's a settler colonial nationalism, right? And it always was supposed to be so. Like, there are some people that are like, oh, and these are just like, other intellectuals that say, well, they could have done Zionism in Europe. I mean, that doesn't even make any sense, because
that's not, Zionism is not excluding Jewish people from Europe. That's the whole point.
Right, and one of the main things is that Zionism and the state of Israel take as fact, right? They take, like, this is something I spoke about yesterday on stream, is that, like, the racial theories, right, that say, oh, these are the races and these are immutable, right? They cannot be changed, kind of like, with the castes and everything. The Zionists say, oh, actually, yeah, that is true. We can never assimilate, we can never blah blah blah. And then they say, so in that case, we should go and colonize, Palestine, right? That's the whole thing. Like, let's take everything that anti-Semites say about us, and then say, yeah, and then go do it, right? And in fact, Norman Finkelstein said this recently in his most recent interview. He said, because it's the one where he goes off on the EU person, that Ursula von der Leyen, where he calls her, and this is I'm quoting Norman, okay? He calls her a Nazi princess.
Amazing. No, she really kind of is. I mean, she's so apologetic of the right wing. I remember when Ursula von der Leyen, I think, or Lion, I don't know or Lion, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
When Maloney became prime minister of Italy and the brothers of Italy came back to power, right? Fratelli d'Italia, they came back. It's like second coming of Mussolini. Girl boss Mussolini got into power, and like the EU is welcoming of that. I'm like, wait a minute, and they don't realize that, like, Maloney has direct ties to Russia, and to Putin, and not only to them, but also she has direct ties to other fascists around the world. For example, Modi in India. So, and so, like, the fact that the EU is welcoming of that, they pretend to be liberal and feminist and all this stuff, and that's a cover for what they're really pushing in some ways. Now, I'm not saying that, like, all the EU is just a complete fascist government. They are, like, a lot of their policies are certainly more progressive compared to, say, the US or Canada. with regards to like social programs. But if you look past all the social programs, that veneer of the social programs, like healthcare or free association and trade between borders, between countries, and on all those sort of progressive policies, that is a veneer for a lot of the existing the existing rot that's always been in Europe, right? It's this, pushing of whiteness, this inter-racism, right? Intra-European racism. There's also, obviously this hate of outside people who are immigrants. And people who are non-Christian. So, the Europe really doesn't like people who are non-Christian. Let's be honest, right?
Right. No.
Let's be completely honest.
I mean, that's the reason why it's like the people that try, like, for example, when Biden says, if it wasn't for Israel, right, Jews wouldn't be safe anywhere in the world. It's like, do you know what you're saying when you say that? You're saying, oh, so you're saying Jews aren't safe in America.
In America, they're not safe in they're not safe in Brooklyn, huh?
Yeah. And
or in Los Angeles, or throughout the country.
Right. Exactly. And it's just like. But in Europe, it's like, the anti-Semitism. I mean, again, like the Jewish communities that were in what was then West Germany, right, had to deal with the fact that they had to essentially, just accept the fact that people who were in the former government were now going to be in the present government, right? And some of them immigrated to the United States, famously like Hannah Arendt immigrated before, and also they wanted to solve the problem of the displaced persons as quickly as possible, which to me has always been like, you wouldn't have had that problem if the world would have just, like, I don't know, taken in refugees, because that is the same thing now. It's like, all these horrors. Well, if you didn't, make it so treacherous, but it is what it. I mean, it is. It is. I don't want to say it is what it is, but it is. But yes, no. Like for Judaism, Zionism and the state of Israel have become like it is idolatrous. I would agree with that term. I mean, I myself am a rabbi, right? Like, I was trained, I went to yeshiva, I went to rabbinical college, everything, and it's one of those things that it's like when I, like, the weird justifications people would give me, right? They're like, oh, well, I support Eretz Yisrael, right? Not Medinat Israel. So the difference being, Eretz Yisrael means the land of Israel, right? Like, for example, like in the first line of the Torah, in the first line of Genesis or Bereshit, it's like Bereshit Elokim Rabah HaShamayim Ve'es Haaretz, right? In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, right? So it means literally like the ground. They will say, well, I support that, but I don't support Medinat Israel, which means the state of Israel. But I'm like, that's just Zionism with extra steps, like it's just you trying to self-justify, right, why you should be able to, make Aliyah, right, as which is what they call, immigrating to Israel if you're Jewish, and even that is literally stolen from religious terminology, because when someone does in Aliyah, right, that means that they are called up to the Torah to read from the Torah scroll of the weekly portion, right? And so, in fact, I have like a whole right here from back in the day, back when I was still a chassid, like all of the little study books for each of the Torah, all 54 of the Torah portions and their supplementary study stuff that I would have to do, and that always like irked me. And then when I started to hear a bit more, because like in the Hasidic world, you can still meet people who are anti-Zionist on religious grounds, right? But then it becomes kind of a weird thing where it's like, well, our daughter went to go live in Israel, but we still hate Zionism, right? So it's like this really weird thing, but still, regardless, then what you end. But then there's something that I noticed, like when I went particularly to the more liberal synagogues, because you don't have this in Orthodox shuls, is that they would put an Israeli flag at like where I guess the altar would be, sort of, so to speak. Right? And so when I saw that, I'm like, why are we flying that flag? Like, this isn't like that is a flag of a country, not of.
And the people probably thought, okay, why is this person, like, they probably thought you were weird for mentioning that. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
oh, that's normal. That's the same thing that's happening in I've noticed in American Christianity. As a Christian from another part of the world, when I come here, and I see, like in Indian churches, you will rarely ever see an Indian flag, and they don't really sing the national anthem or anything. Jana Gana Mana is the national anthem of India. They will not sing it in those churches. Their focus is not so much on the nation. Although I have seen recently there are some worship songs people are writing that are very sort of nationalist. They will use the name that Modi uses for India, which is Bharat. Bharat is not. It's not even an accurate name for the country. There's a whole lore behind that name Bharat.
Yeah.
But you'll often hear Modi call his own country Bharat.
Yeah.
But I just say India or Hindustan. That's the sort of historical term.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, India didn't, and this is where colonialism comes in. Like when you talked about how Zionism is literally a product of European colonialism.
Yeah.
It's a colonial project. The same thing is true of Hindutva nationalism. So Hinduism has existed for thousands of years in various forms, regionally, syncretized over time, and and so now, what happened in the early, sort of late 19th to early 20th centuries as a resistance to British rule, there was this misguided resistance against British rule. There was a lot of legitimate resistance, of course. I mean, Gandhi, I don't like him for many, many reasons, but the only good thing I take from Gandhi is sort of the peaceful resistance, mass resistance. I mean, certainly, let's credit where credit's due. He at least inspired that, but then he was very misguided otherwise. Gandhi
right.
was, in fact, Gandhi actually, what's interesting is he actually adopted a lot of the principles of Hindutva in his peaceful resistance against the British. And he didn't recognize that there had to be some form of violent resistance to kick out literally the world's biggest empire.
Right.
So I think that's where he was mistaken. And so what happened in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, there were certain thinkers who came out who called themselves freedom fighters. So one of the big thinkers of that era was a man named V.D. Savarkar. So Savarkar, and you've probably heard that name if you haven't, he is considered the father of Hindutva ideology. He is Big Daddy Fash.
Oh my gosh.
of India, basically. And he wrote a book. He wrote all the first Hindutva literature. He basically turned Hinduism into this its racialized ethnic identity, and said everybody who lives in the Indian subcontinent is Indian. There are no Tamils, there are no Telugu people, there are no Adivasi, indigenous, people of various indigenous groups. There are no Kashmiris, there are no Punjabis, there are no, there are no Marathis, all that kind of stuff. There are no Kannadigas, right? There are no Bengalis, there are only Indians, and everybody is Hindu, even if they convert to Islam or Christianity. Everyone is Hindu. And so then from there, that's where the concept of sort of the Aryan race came, because Hindutva ideology is very pro-North Indian. And I am someone from northern India. I'm from the state of Uttar Pradesh, which is up north near Delhi. And so basically, that's where Savarkar introduces a lot of the colorism in Hindutva. And so in Hindutva, they say people in southern India, because they don't like because of their darker skin, they're not as Indian as people from the north. So it's this very racialized ideology. And on top of that, of course, he advocates for dictatorship, and that's the reason, it's funny because a lot of them will say, "Oh no, we're for a democracy. We want Modi to win the election," and it's like you just want him to win for the next 20, 30 years. You don't actually want a real democracy where people have a voice. This is the reason why in India, what you're seeing now. So for those who don't know, Uttar Pradesh, which is the state I come from, is the largest state of any country in the world by population. UP itself has about 241 million people. So it's like 2/3 of the U.S. population in a single state in India.
Wow.
And there's 27 other states. So
Goodness.
it is a super populated state. It is literally the most like politically powerful state in like the parliament and in national politics because it's so big. I mean, how many MPs come from Uttar Pradesh? It's a lot, right? So. And Savarkar, by the way, was a British collaborator, so I want to talk about that. So, in what's happening now in Uttar Pradesh is they have stopped all voting in the current national election because there were a bunch of districts voting, and then they just stopped it. They just stopped counting. They literally, the way when chuds, when MAGA chuds say stop the count, stop the stop the steal. India literally did stop the steal in Uttar Pradesh.
Oh my
and
gosh.
they're considering doing it in other states that are currently voting because in India elections are not a single day. Republicans have a weird concept of one election day. It's like, no, India's elections take weeks because you're talking 500 million votes or more. So how do you deal with that? You have to stagger it and over a month and a half, basically. That's how they do it. And it takes a while. So so Uttar Pradesh is majority BJP, which is Modi's party, and the current chief minister, the governor of the state, is also like a super right-wing fascist. So yeah, the largest state of any country in the world is ruled by a fascist. Lovely. Well, two fascists, the national and the state level. So. And there's a lot of resistance to that. So what's happening is there's a lot more Muslims and Christians and other minority religions in UP are voting. They're voting in much higher numbers this year. And so because of that, the government of UP and then the government of India said, no, we have to stop the elections because they literally said there is this invasion of our election process happening. And so they call Muslims and Christians, people like me, invaders because they cite the previous history of Mughal conquest and British colonialism. It's funny because, again, Powerful Finger says it right. Savarkar was also a British collaborator despite his feigned resistance against the British and forming that Hindu-Indian racialized identity. He actually favored Brahmanical rule with British power. That's what he basically favored. And like an enforcement of the caste system and enforcement of national identity. And yeah, he sided with the royal crown and a lot of things. And in fact, he was against a lot of other freedom fighters who did not want that British influence, who wanted them out. People like Ambedkar, people even like Gandhi. If you remember correctly, the way Gandhi was assassinated, he was assassinated by a Hindutva fascist.
Right.
Despite Gandhi adopting a lot of the same Aryan race and all that kind of stuff. Gandhi was killed by a Hindutva nationalist in 1947. So yeah, I mean, the problem is again, just like you said with Zionism, Hindutva is also this sort of racialized identity. And again, on the American side of the aisle, or in sort of the Western world with Christianity, Christianity is a lot of whiteness associated with it. People like myself, or people who are like, let's say black churches, black Christians, or people who are, indigenous who are Christian, their voices are sidelined. And every time, I speak up about actual violent persecution from Hindutva terrorists in India against churches, Christian communities, and their neighbors. Not to mention, this isn't just a Christian thing. Muslims are heavily persecuted in South Asia, particularly in India and Sri Lanka. So what's basically going on is that when I mention that persecution, then the white Christian will come to me and say, oh, but the schools are pushing pride and LGBTQ and they're persecuting us Christians. Like, do you understand what persecution is? In logo ko samajh mein nahi aate. They don't understand. They don't understand what persecution actually is because they live comfortable lives in the suburbs. They don't understand. Okay, those people, and I always joke about these people who cry persecution at pride flags and watch Ben Shapiro all freaking day.
Oh my
I will
gosh.
tell these people, I will tell these people that you would not even dare to step outside Mumbai airport. You would not even dare to step outside the airport in India. I've been there so many times, and I've been to the rural areas, to the villages. I've been to the slums of Mumbai. I've been to all these places, and I'm not scared to walk in those places. You would be. You'd be like, I don't want to. Yeah. It's like too many people. I'm like, yeah, India has 1.5 billion. Deal with it. It's like, and these people cry persecution. They don't know what actual persecution is, and I think that's the same thing in Zionism. They will say, oh, if somebody criticizes the state of Israel, it's persecution. Meanwhile, what do actual Jewish people go through? What have they gone through historically, and what are they going through today in Israel itself? Like, what has happened? Like, if you see what the IDF and the police do to Orthodox communities in Jerusalem, for example, right?
Oh. Well, let's see here.
Again,
Oh, there we go.
what happened?
I don't know what happened.
I got yeeted. Yeah, I was too. It was too hot. That was too hot of a take.
No. You're totally good. You're totally good.
Yeah, but yeah, that's the kind of. So I think there's definitely this. So I guess in conclusion, there is this like parallel between sort of what you've experienced as someone as a Jewish person, as someone in the Jewish diaspora, and what I've experienced from the South Asian diaspora, which is this sort of racialization, this colonialization of our identities as people, and of course of the entire community. Powerful Finger asks, was Hindutva as widespread in the past compared to this era when Modi is very popular? It was and it wasn't. So Hindutva during the independence, the fight for independence, which started in the mid 1800s and up to the mid 1900s, mid 20th century. It was very popular among upper caste people, upper caste minorities, because upper caste, you have to remember in India, in Hinduism particularly, but also in other religions, upper caste people have a lot of power, but they're a very small number of people by comparison. Most people in in the subcontinent are not don't have that status and that wealth and that standing. But they are ruled by a small minority. That's unfortunately how it is. So it is more popular with people up in that that upper caste minority, and so and it continues to be because why? It reinforces their position over others. So that's why. And when I talk to Christians, they're like, about casteism in the church, they will say, well, we don't do that because we're not Hindu. I'm like, wait. But when you guys go out and you do ministry in sort of these disenfranchised communities, in lower caste communities and in indigenous, Adivasi communities, there are a lot of indigenous communities throughout the subcontinent that are unique and have a long history. They've always been there. The Christian ministry goes there and tells us people it's because of Hinduism that you are in this place. It's not because of caste. It's not because of the government. It's because of your belief in a false god. And so Christians will tell lower caste people like Dalits and Shudra people that, it's because of your Hinduism. That's the problem. Or like they'll go to Adivasi communities and say, if you people started following Jesus and let go of all your old traditions and let go of everything, and it's like this implication that Adivasi people are somehow quote unquote, and I hate to say it, savages. It is this sort of colonialized, racialized, form of whiteness that gets passed down and form of casteism that gets passed down in ministry. And when I talked about this, they're like, oh, but my pastor doesn't do that. I'm like, ask yourself, does the last person, and I know this is many Christians will get mad at me if I say this, but the last person you should trust as a Christian is your pastor. Now there are some pastors out there who mean well. I've seen some who are pro-LGBTQ and stuff, but the last person you should trust is your pastor. And the reason is because a lot of people idolize big evangelists, or they idolize certain priests or fathers, like in Catholicism, and they put those people before God or before Jesus.
Yes.
Instead of, they always it's funny, the people who say put God first are putting people like Joel Osteen first. It's really dumb. So yeah, and unfortunately, yeah, all this stuff combined is sort of what's sort of it's like these conversations aren't happening, and now like we're having to deal with all this we're having to deal with all this confusion now. In the South Asian diaspora, whether it's Christians or whether it's even Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, just anybody, even a lot of people in South Asia are agnostic and atheist as well. So it's like there's
Right.
all this, there's all this sort of like misassociation of religion and state, of religion and ethnicity, this blindness to sort of the colonialism and whiteness of Christianity, and I have to keep reminding people, Christianity was originally from Palestine. From what has been called over the centuries Palestine. It was from there. That's where Jesus was, as in a human form, was born. Right? It was in Palestine, in Bethlehem, and grew up in Nazareth. Like, that's where it's from. It's a Palestinian religion, and people forget that.
Right, and one other thing too is like, it's interesting that you mentioned that because, like when it comes to the state of Israel in particular, right? Because people want to conflate Jewishness and the state of Israel is what I mean. One, because the state of Israel calls itself the Jewish state, right? But the main thing
That must mean they are. No.
right? But of course, you not only have the violence that they do to, Haredim and to other people, right, to protesters who are secular and are, anti-Zionist, which is why so many secular anti-Zionist or, more liberal, religious anti-Zionists end up leaving the country, for example, because they just cannot, but one thing too is that it is also very racialized, because I believe it's literally all of the prime ministers of Israel since 48 have all been Ashkenazi, which is a minority, right? It's 17%. He's 17% of the entire Jewish population in the state of Israel, but they were the ones that had the idea of Zionism, right? Because they were from Europe, and they are also the ones that have always had, more power, more money, more. They are the ones that were buying up land, prior to, the partition plans and all of that stuff, right? I mean, Herzl in his book De Judenstaat, right? Or the Jewish state. He says the Jews are a bourgeois people, and I'm like, I don't know where on earth you think that, because that might be true in Germany. That is not true in literally the rest of the world, because like my family in Mexico, in fact, Jewishness, insofar as it relates to people in Latin America, for example, there is this view that unless your family's Ashkenazi, right, and they came in the late 19th century or after the war or something, there is this discounting of your traditions, right? Yes, Itamar Ben Gvir is Mizrahi, and is very. I mean, he's very openly genocidal. So one of the things.
Wasn't he? Wasn't he? Well, isn't he? Is he former JD? Is he still in the JDL? Or he had some? Didn't he have some influence over the JDL or connections to it?
I wouldn't be surprised, because I know that he's I know that he's a Kahanist, so I know that for sure.
Yeah. That's where I remember that from. Yeah. He's
And I remember once, there was someone that at that time we were friends, but I didn't know, right? Because we were younger, and then in passing one day, and like after this, I'm like, I literally never spoke to this person again. They mentioned the fact that their father had been in the JDL,
Oh,
and I'm like, no, because like we had never brought up, the discussions about Zionism, but that was one of those things that I'm like, I actually do have to bring it up because otherwise, that could happen, right? Where yeah, they're nice and they're friendly, but they also have someone that's literally in, yeah.
I mean, that's going to rear its ugly head your way at some point, right? Or someone in your family, right? You just don't want that to happen.
Well, what's interesting though is like because of the fact that my family were a Jewish, were part of a Jewish community that was older, right? That pre-existed the large migrations of the late 19th century, for example. Like the 1890s and the 19 teens, right? Like up like those 30 years. It meant that like our traditions, because they were Sephardi, but also because they were Mexican, right? Like because my family became part of the culture, right? Like the only big difference was we don't eat pork, we don't mix certain, a dairy with meat, etc., blah blah blah. But besides that, I mean, like my family makes only Mexican food. You know what I mean? Like, and so then what ends up happening is that then you start to have like the Zionist, like those communities that become Zionist, start to literally exclude the people that are like my family, right? That like where Zionism just doesn't interest them because they're like, well, we're from here, like this is our home, and instead, right, tries to sort of create this identity that is like, yes, we live in Mexico, right, but there's something different about us, right? And that was something that like my grandparents disliked very much, right? Like they always had a dream in the religious sense, right? They always had this desire to go to Jerusalem, to go to the Kotel, right? To go to the Western Wall, right? But they never went because they said, how can we go when that would mean that we would be persecuting people just by our presence, right? I mean, it's like if you're white and you go to back to apartheid South Africa, you being there, enables more of the oppression, and so that was inculcated, with my parents as well, because they also were like, just being there, BDS has a list of how to visit ethically, but it still isn't enough because that for example, like this is something that I've brought up in on stream before. That the plaza, right, that makes up the Western Wall Plaza, that is the open air synagogue that it is, right? Mm-hmm. That it was created by the destruction of one of the quarters of the old city of Jerusalem, the Moroccan quarter, and this was after.
Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that.
And so after 1967, when they bulldozed it, they didn't like they said, get out now, and the people that couldn't get out, I mean, we only have eyewitness testimony, right, from IDF soldiers that were there that did that, right? And I mean, people have seen the like armored bulldozers, right, that you see, going into like Jenin refugee camp, etc., right? They literally got rid of everything. Like if you go there, right, like if you look at the pictures, there's no trace of it that it ever existed. Yet we have paintings, right? We have paintings of people in the 19th century. And here's another thing too. It also was never gender separated until the Zionists. They made it gender separate. Before the Western Wall was kind of like in an alleyway, right? So people would go to like the back of the Moroccan Quarter, and there was the Western Wall, right? And that's where they would pray and put their prayers in the, you know, and growing up, I had seen these black and white. Some of them were almost like daguerreotypes, right? These kind of like very early photographs of the, you know, in history of the Western Wall, and you know, very, you know, like if people move, they look like ghosts or whatever. But like you could see very simply that like there were men and women right next to one another, right, and that there were houses like right there. And then when I grew up and I started to see more about, you know, what was going on, then I wondered like what happened to the houses, you know, like you know. And so then I did research into it, and then I found out that, oh yeah, one day the IDF was just like, we want this to be an open air plaza. So they said, oh well, we found this archaeological site. Right, this is something that they also do in the West Bank, where they
archaeological. Yeah.
Right. It's archaeological. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind of like the Ayodhya temple, right? Like it's.
I was gonna bring that up next, but finish your thought. Yes.
But yeah, they said, oh well, you know, we found this, so that means that we can tear down an entire quarter, right? Because you know, right now there are well. It's funny. It's weird to say 5 quarters, but you know what I mean, right? Like of the 5 quarters that were there, right? Now there's also a movement to save the Armenian quarter, because that is one of the quarters that is still remaining, but it's also the smallest. But it's being gentrified, right? But it's particularly by Zionist Israelis, right? Like they are buying up the property and not allowing Armenian Christians to buy the property. It literally in the Armenian quarter, and they will, you know, steal the. I mean, there is a documentary that I've always wanted to watch on stream, because like it shows the guy that does it, and he literally like lies right to the documentarian's face. He's like, you know, they just left in the middle of the night. That's why they didn't take anything with them.
Yeah, totally.
And I'm like,
they voluntarily like.
Yeah.
No,
It was. And then literally the documentarian goes outside, and he says they stole that house because they went to a wedding, and because they found out that they were going to leave for a wedding, then they went and took their house. Like literally, like if you leave with the whole family, if you go to a wedding, you know, because it's always a family affair,
right,
they will literally come in and steal your house, you know, and then say, oh well, you know, it was abandoned, right? It was an abandoned house, but you know.
Yeah, I mean and that's the thing is like you know. It's the same thing, you know, you brought up it's a very similar thing that happened recently. In fact, this past year, past few years it's been happening. So for those who don't know, in 1992, this is sort of where Hindutva really took stride in the nation, in India. This is sort of, I consider it the sort of night of broken glass, the Kristallnacht of India, which was the destruction of the Babri Masjid, or the Babri Mosque, in Ayodhya, India. Ayodhya is an ancient city. It's a very old city in northern India, in my home state of Uttar Pradesh. And what happened in 1992 is Hindutva activists, because of what was going on in Kashmir at the time, in Kashmir state, which is way up north in the Himalaya mountains, Himalayas. What happened was the Muslim the main Muslim nationalist state government there, they were kicking out, and wrongfully so, they were kicking out a lot of Hindu, what they call Kashmiri Pandits, who are sort of upper caste Hindus who live in Kashmir. They should not have been kicked out, but then there were many reasons for it. And again, it's a very complex thing to talk about, but basically, because of that, in sort of resentment against Muslims, one of the holy sites in northern India for Muslims is the mosque, the Babri Masjid, or was the Babri Masjid in Ayodhya, which was built during the time of the Mughal Emperor Babur. So that's why it was called Babri, because it was Babur's mosque, basically. So, but it was built in like the 1300s, 13 or 1400s, and so it was destroyed in 1992 by a bunch of Hindutva nationalist mobs who basically hammered down. They took giant hammers and they like all pounded on the dome and caused the whole thing to collapse into rubble. So that's and of course before destroying it, they desecrated the mosque. They sacrificed a pig in front of the mosque.
Oh my
You
God.
know, obviously as an affront to Muslims. It caused riots throughout the country in '92, and so what. They destroyed that mosque in '92, and then for the past 5 or 6 years, what has happened on that very site is that the government of India has actually been financed the project of the Ram Temple, the Ram Mandir, in Ayodhya, and it's built on that very site where fascists destroyed the mosque. And the reason it is that happened, and this mainly happened. This all happened under Modi's term as prime minister. And Modi was actually there today. He inaugurated the temple, and then Modi says, "Well, I'm not a He says, "Well, I don't like mixing religion with politics." I'm like, "You did it to the nth degree, my brother." And Modi's out here pretending he separates religion and politics, and like, no, you mix the two together all the time on a daily basis, 24/7. So, anyways. And that temple is built on that site where that that fascist mob destroyed the mosque, right? And so the whole reason that happened actually is because there's this revisionist theology in Hinduism that's mainly perpetrated by upper caste people, by upper caste priests. So they, in as resentment against Muslims, and this was during sort of the time of British colonialism. As resentment against Muslims, what happened was there was this superstition that one of the gods of Hinduism, Ram, was actually born on the site of that mosque, way before that mosque existed there, and so therefore that was their grounds for destroying it and and of course these people believe, and Hindutva nationalists believe, that Ram wants to establish a Hindu nation, basically. So this is where it's this religion mixed with nationalism that led to this moment. And of course now, if you see what happens in India to minority religious communities, Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, Buddhists, you name it, and indigenous people, what happens, and of course to lower caste Hindus as well, if there's any resistance, if there's any protest against the government will go in, and not only with police and with police brutality, they'll go in with bulldozers. Hindutva nationalist mobs will go in, these fascist mobs will go in and burn down like businesses, homes, mosques, churches. They will bulldoze buildings. The government will actually call in like armored bulldozers. So it's like the same thing. And then what these right-wing politicians and people will say, it's bulldozer justice. They will call it bulldozer justice. I call it bulldozer fascism. And so, yeah, and so that's what's happening in India, and so they're adopting a lot of the same tactics that Israel has been doing. And what, of course, our mutual streamer friend Arun, you've probably seen when Arun talks about Sri Lanka. And
Yeah.
what Sri Lanka does to Tamil and Muslim people who are minorities in the country, and what they've done over time. They've done pogrom after pogrom against Tamils and Muslims. So in Sri Lanka. So, but the UN doesn't want to call it a genocide because the U.S. and basically the entire world, the U.S., China, Russia, every major hegemonic world power wants trade, partnership, and sort of logistics going through Sri Lanka because it's so like strategically important. So, and that's the reason nobody wants to call that a genocide, or multiple genocides that have happened. So. Yeah, and so, it's the problem in places like South Asia, and I think that's kind of in the diaspora I come from, and maybe you're kind of seeing in the Jewish diaspora. What I'm seeing in South Asia's diaspora, across all the religions, unfortunately, is this quiet or overt or covert acceptance of this authoritarianism. Whether you're talking about Modi in India, or Rajapaksa and Vikram Singh in Sri Lanka, or Hasina in Bangladesh, or the various leaders of Pakistan, Imran Khan or Shehbaz Sharif, like all of them, all these leaders of these countries are autocrats, and I don't think people recognize that enough. They think, well, like I've even seen Christians in India who say, well, at least Modi is against Muslims and we don't like Muslims. I'm like, what? Did you recognize what's happening to Christians across India? The very people you are supporting are oppressing Christians, and yet there are these Christian groups who are pro-Modi, and like, what is going on, man? And they're trying to radicalize young people into it. They're trying to, because of that Islamophobia. Of course, they support Israel. There is unfortunately a lot of support of Israel, the state of Israel, in India. But there's also a lot of opposition, mainly from Muslims and many Christians as well. Now, and of course, let's not forget there are also there is a Jewish diaspora in India as well. There's a couple of main groups of Jewish people, mainly in the state of Kerala. In they call Cochin or Kochi. Kochi in Malayalam, the city is called Kochi. Cochin is the English or Portuguese name for the city, but Kochi, there has been a Jewish community there. Purported, they say, from the time of King Solomon. But I think the more historical evidence points to, I think, about the 1200s, about the Middle Ages. There's been a Jewish community there, and they've been there for a long time. Way, like you said, way before. Like there has been this migration of Judaism, like long before Zionism. Like it's and I think the fact that people don't acknowledge that is a problem in this sort of historical revisionism that happens. So
Right, and
oh yeah, Alex just posted in chat. He's just memeing there. So the city of Ramallah, Palestine, right, in Palestine.
yeah,
So Hindutva nationalists post this meme on Twitter all the time about how, and they literally think that, like, because they love Israel so much, they will say, oh, Israel needs to take over because Palestine and form ally with India, because Ramallah literally contains the name Ram in it. Therefore, it's named after Lord Ram. I'm like, you guys are ridiculous.
oh my gosh.
Brain rot. Sorry.
No. I mean, it's. I mean, like, for example, there are very similar things, right, that happen, in, in sort of, well, since you were talking about the BJP and everything, I will kind of like sort of expound a little bit on the Halikud, right, the party that is in charge right now in Israel.
I'm gonna stand up for a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
My camera. Just stand up.
So the Halikud, right, started off, right, as hello, full of nicks. Welcome in. It began as a party whose charter, whose doctrine, right, official doctrine, is that of Ze'ev Jabotinsky. Now, Ze'ev Jabotinsky was the one who came up with terms like the Iron Wall, right, which is literally like how right, Jewish communities like the kibbutzim, right, are supposed to be, right, heavily armed settlers, right, to form an iron wall against the Arab countries around Israel. But the thing that kind of takes it to the next level is that Jabotinsky's revisionist Zionism, as it was called, it's funny because, like, I know, like, for leftists, right, like, the term revisionism or revisionist has a negative connotation, but in Zionism it actually has technically a positive one. And Zev Jabotinsky essentially said, for two reasons, right? Like, one, he appealed to the Bible, right, to the Jewish Bible. But also to the fact that when the British mandate for Palestine, right, was not just, right, the land west of the Jordan River, right? It also included what was then called the Hashemite Kingdom of Transjordan, right? And I've said this before, right? That like the West Bank in Spanish, is Cisjordania, Cisjordan, right? Because it's on this side of the Jordan, and then there's Transjordan, right? So in French, it's a Cisjordanie, In Sovietology, it's also on positive end. At least they don't write vibes-based history books. True. Yeah, that is true. But
Yeah, I know we're memeing in chat about trans versus cis, but yeah, I know that probably comes up a lot. But yeah, no, I mean that's like the historical term, I guess, or the technical term.
right, because everything is because the biblical narrative is about crossing the River Jordan, right? Like that is, like Moses doesn't, right? He gets to look at it and then, look at the quote unquote land of Israel. Well, actually, technically, it doesn't even say the land of Israel. It says, the land of Canaan.
Right.
And so, but then he doesn't get to enter because, he upset God. He got him a little bit mad because he was a little thirsty. People wanted some Powerade or something to drink. The land west of the Mississippi was called Trans-Mississippi. Again, like it's just a referent. It's like the idea of trans fats, right? Like they will have that in the, but like that's literally just a scientific term because by doing that, right, by moving around the chemical structure, right, that's what allows for things like margarine, like I can't believe it's not butter, right, to stay solid at room temperature or whatever, So anyway,
it means across, yeah. It's a prefix, yeah. Anyways,
So the Likud, right, essentially is a Jabotinskyist organization, right? And so they have never been pro two-state solution, never. Like it's literally in their charter. Netanyahu's never been for a two-state solution. Like every time that he says, well, once we have, and even the United States says this, right? Like, oh, well, once we have this, and this, right, then we can start talking about peace, right? However, like, for example, a lot of people will bring up, in the early 2000s, right, or even the Oslo Accords, they will say, oh, they were offered, a state that was 91% or whatever percent of the West Bank and whatever, but it's like actually Israel has never been compelled to recognize Palestine. Like in the Oslo Accords, the Palestinians had to recognize the state of Israel, but nothing was done in the opposite. So going off of that, Likud, revisionist Zionism, says that because the British Mandate included both Palestine and Transjordan, that therefore all of that land should be the state of Israel. And
yeah, like people talk about, oh well, like I've seen people say like, oh, the Abraham Accords are an affront to the Oslo, an affront to the Balfour Declaration. Like no, it's all like they all go together. The Abraham Accords are just a modern version of that. Like I think like people think that, like I've heard people say like the Oslo the Oslo Accord was like was limiting Zionism. Like no, it enabled it to in every way. Like I don't think people understand what Oslo did, or what the Balfour Declaration was, literally like propped up by the Zionist Federation. So and MPs who supported them. So I hear this again, like Powerful Finger says here in chat. The irony is, if you are Christian Zionist and LARP about ancient Israel, the Jewish people also settled there. When Joshua was sent to see if there are people living on the promised land, it wasn't. Yeah, no, people have always lived there. And this idea that it needs to be this sort of only for a certain people is antithetical to I would argue antithetical to our shared faith. I know me being more Christian and you being more you being Jewish, this we do have this shared faith where it's like this, God's love encompasses all people, all beings, all identities, and the problem is when I say that, even in 2024, when we are supposed to be this global like we're in this world that's supposed to be connected and interconnected, and we're supposed to be not be racist toward one another. Unfortunately, in the respective institutions we come from, the church or the synagogue, the seminary or the yeshiva, there's this idea that certain places in the world are only for certain people. I don't know, and it's justified on the basis of prophecy. That bothers me a lot, because it's like, okay, it excludes people like myself, as when you talked about your family and the sort of exclusion they faced from fellow Jewish people in the synagogue and in the diaspora, for being from Mexico and for being and for being from Mexico. I have faced that from white Christians in the United States, where a lot of them will question my understanding of Christianity, or they will say things like, well, you seem to be more Islamic or more Hindu in your Christianity. I'm like, what does that even mean? Because if they were to, so where Christian in North India, where my family lives and where a lot of Christian communities are, we are often, because we're such a small minority in the North, it's maybe 2% of people in Northern India are overall are Christian. So but again, 2% in the context of hundreds of millions of people, that's still a lot of people. That's
Right.
millions of people. So I think people miss that context. Like, oh, you guys are such a small minority. I'm like, there's millions of us in Northern India, despite it only being 2%. Yeah, it's still a lot. It's like it could be its own small country. So in terms of population.
Right.
So yeah. Anyways, so what I was getting at is white Christians will has told me so many times that they've told me so many times that I don't have a good understanding of Christianity and I'm too open to people of other faiths. I'm like, what's the problem? In Northern India, you will see Christians, they are interfaith in their interaction. If you see churches and Christian schools, a lot of people who come to church are not Christian in India. This is something I've noticed. Churches are very interfaith. They will still preach the word of God. They will still preach the doctrine and all that stuff. But a lot of parents who are non-Christian will bring their kids to church so that their kids have something to do on Sunday school, right? They play with other kids. And a lot of those same parents, they send their kids, despite being non-Christian, they send them to Christian schools. Why? Higher quality education. So there's also this sort of interfaith mixing with Muslims and Sikhs and Hindus, because for example, in Northern India, a lot of Christians will live amongst Muslim communities. Why? Because Muslims accept them a lot more, as neighbors. Whereas a lot of upper caste, Brahmanical Hindus don't want anything to do with us Christians. They consider us quote unquote invaders or colonizers. When and like I said, there's the whole irony of Hindutva nationalists calling us invaders, while they themselves supported the British Crown in many ways.
Right. And
it's so stupid.
And see, it's the same thing. The Zionists, they were the ones that said, we are going to try to convince a colonial power, right, to do, to allow us to do settler colonialism, right, and to then enact the horrors that have been placed upon us, right? And this is especially the case when the fact that, the idea of the nation state, right, has always been, something that the Jewish people have suffered under, right? The idea that every nation, quote unquote, right, that has this mythical, connection to some, thing in the past, right? And usually what it ends up doing is reinforcing eugenical ideas, right? And even, beyond that, like ideas of like, then you have ideas of blood purity and things like that, right? Stuff that existed under the, it's kind of like I said on stream before, right? Like the law that, or the way in which they measure whether or not you're Jewish enough to emigrate to Israel is if you fit being Jewish according to the Nuremberg race laws of the Nazis. Like that is their standard. And they also made it so that Palestinians cannot convert to Judaism.
Yep.
And
even though there are a lot of Palestinian Jewish people who are Palestinian.
Right, exactly. And in fact, many people who lived in Palestine prior to this were actually very Zionist, were anti-colonial, because they could see it for what it was. And of course, most of those voices, were quelled, after a while. But many of those people ended up leaving. Either they went to Turkey, which is if they were Sephardic. Some of them went to Lebanon. Some people, right? They didn't want to stay there if it meant that they were going to now be lumped in with the Zionists. But one other thing too is the fact that I'll never forget once when I was at yeshiva. And my the fact that I am not white was made very clear because one of my roommates, right? Because at yeshiva it's all, it functions on the gender binary, and it's all dudes, right? So one of my roommates at the time, literally was like, "You look like you're something." I was like, "What does that even mean?" Yeah, but I could already tell what in his mind. He's like, "Well, this person's Jewish, but there's something else about them that I just can't quite put my finger on it." And it was literally like, "Oh," but they literally said it that way, like, "Are you something?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm something. I'm a human being. What else do you want me to be?" But they're like, "No, something. Like, aren't you, and
you're not one of us."
Right. And I will admit that yeshiva for me was one of the most depressing times in my life.
Sorry you went through all that.
I remember when I first got there, I was so happy because I thought, fine, I was in the study hall, which is called the Zal. And, you have all of these, books that have, exegetical books, right? The Talmud, all of the Babylonian Talmud, which is the one most people think about, the Jerusalem Talmud, right? All these other books on ethics, etc. And I was so happy to see them, right? I'm like, finally, I get to be a Torah scholar, right? I got into, a really good yeshiva, everything. Then it kind of kicked in that it's like, at the end of the day, they were essentially like, "Oh, but you have to fit this specific paradigm of being," right? And that was when I was like, I gotta leave, right? Like, I gotta go. Like, I can't live like this. And this, but one of the interesting things that I noticed was, because it was ultra orthodox, was that it wasn't overtly Zionist at all. In fact,
but it crept in.
Yeah,
that's the saddest thing.
It crept in that space, and then it was this weird thing where they were like, "Well, you're Mexican, so like, is your mom Mexican and your dad's Jewish?" Right? Like, they couldn't conceive of the fact that there are Jews that are Mexican, right? Like, no, that can't exist. And so it was weird because I'm thinking, you have Russian Jews here, you have, whatever, and yet you're over here like, this other country, the right up here, somehow like Jewishness and it just don't.
Like that can't be true. Yeah, that can't exist.
Yeah, exactly. And so
Yeah.
and so then what ended up happening was, I actually had a friend, and he and his mother wanted to join this Sephardi organization. And they actually are very Zionist, and they will do trips to it. Well, now they know that they're super 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 Zionist, but at the time it was more like, oh, Sephardic culture, blah blah blah. I kid you
Yeah,
not.
it's always it's like at times it feels like it's it's over like the Zion, like for example in this is the same thing in the Indian diaspora, South Asian diaspora. Unfortunately, what's been happening is there is this underlying and sometimes it's overt, but a lot of times it's covert support of Hindutva, and it's kind of similar. In fact, well, sorry. To get to one of your other points, I did post an article, link to an article in chat. I highly recommend people read over it. It's about Jewish people from India, from South Asia, from places like Kochi and Mumbai and other places. Jews who they were hoping for a better life in the state of Israel when it was established, brutally established in the late 1940s. They went there. And people from South Asian Jewish people were basically they went to live on kibbutzes and they would also live in cities like Jerusalem, and they were basically treated as second-class citizens, mainly because Zionism is very racialized.
Yes.
And so they were treated basically like Palestinians. They were only allowed to do menial work. House cleaning, sewer cleaning. They were treated basically as a lower caste. And so then a lot of them were like, okay, this isn't what we wanted. This isn't, we expected to be treated as God's children, et cetera, in the land of Jewish people, right, in the homeland. So then they tried to go back to India. But then, and India was ready to accept them, like, okay, yeah, we'll repatriate them, we'll let them come back as Indian citizens, whatever. Israel prevented them from repatriating and just kept them in the country as like a servant class. Like, it's horrible. And so it was a long fight for many of these families to go back to India and actually, and now of course in India, we over time have been losing a lot of those freedoms that initially were granted to us by the Constitution that was adopted in 1949. We've been sort of going downhill ever since from that. And if you read the preamble of the Indian Constitution, which I highly recommend, just Google it, read it. You will, and you read it. It's like India is none of those things. India has strayed from all of those principles in every respect. But at the time, India was more, sort of when it was a little bit more liberal and a lot more. And Hindutva wasn't as dominant. I mean, it still kind of was, but it didn't have that staying power that it does now. It's at that time, like, India was a better place for these people than Israel, and these people are Jewish. So it kind of like, it like aligns with what you've been talking about with sort of how you felt in the diaspora, being sort of like people were second guessing you, people were being racist toward you, basically, in covert and overt ways. And that unfortunately happens to Jewish people from India, that happens to Christians from India who go overseas. That also, unfortunately, it happens to a degree in the Muslim community. So Muslims from Pakistan and India get racialized by some people in the Muslim community who are from, say like Lebanon or Turkey. So there is that as well, unfortunately. So yeah, that's not good. Good night, Dame Owl, and yes, like the video, please. Yes, go like Shakespeare's stream. She does amazing work.
Right, and
So,
sorry, no, please go ahead.
So yeah, and it's I think people like what I've unfortunately noticed among Indian Christians who come to the U.S., which is not a big number, but it's still significant. It's tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people, or I would say tens of thousands, because they are weirdly apologetic of Republicans, of white nationalism, and then they see progressive movements like the protests we're seeing on campus now, BLM, or the queer liberation movement, the Pride movement. They are they often side with Republicans and conservatives on everything. And then they will claim that, we faced racism before in white churches in the U.S., but then they apologize for those very same racists politically. It's like, I just don't understand this. And, well, I do understand it. It's that a lot of the Christianity that we as South Asian people practice has been polluted with this American nationalism, whiteness, and it's something we need to get rid of in the faith, and instead replace it with an interfaith approach that also is inclusive of all people from South Asia. If we're going to say Christianity accepts all people in South Asia, we need to stop being casteist. We need to stop adopting whiteness and American nationalism and European notions of what Christianity is supposed to be, and instead actually get closer to God. And I think part of that getting closer to God is this interfaith community organizing. I think that's one of the first steps we need to take. So yeah. What is my view on Nehru, who was the first prime minister of India? The idea of building a secular state turned out to be a failure. Yeah, because the problem is Nehru was also quite casteist, because he was from a Brahmanical family. Obviously, the Gandhi-Nehru dynasty that we have. Whether you look at his daughter Indira Gandhi, one of the worst prime ministers in Indian history. Unfortunately, I try to tell U.S. liberals that, and they'll say, "Oh, she was like Margaret Thatcher, the Iron Lady of India." I'm like,
Oh
"Okay, you
gosh.
just compared her to Thatcher. That tells me everything."
That's not good.
Yeah. So yeah, it's silly. But yeah. So I think everything he did was like a half measure, unfortunately, Nehru. So. Did he make some progress? Sure, but it was just, one step forward, two steps back in a lot of ways, without going into too much detail. So I hope people see that Shakespeare, you being someone from the Jewish diaspora who happens to be, from a minority Jewish community, in Mexico and in Latin America, and then of course, me being from South Asia as a Christian, what the experience is, and I think this conversation actually made me I learned some things today too, about just how all these things have intersected over time, white nationalism, white supremacy, colonialism, how it all has intersected, and the mountain of work we have in front of us to undo a lot of that and actually, build more interfaith communities. So I'm glad I really like what you do as a creator. Definitely, if you're here in chat first time, especially people from my community who may not be familiar with Shakespeare, please give them a follow on YouTube and Twitch on both sides.
Thank you so much.
On both of those. And,
That's so sweet of
I think
you.
your links are down below, right in the about. Yeah, I see on your links, Blue Sky. Do I follow you on Blue Sky? I'm on there. Oh, okay. I'll have to find you on Blue Sky, but yeah. Either way, I do have to go now, but it was a really great discussion. I hope a lot of you sort of got a glimpse at least into South Asia. It's something I regularly talk about on my stream. So yeah, and I do a thing called Intolerance. Good to see you. Thank you for the shout out as well. Good. I do about every 2 or 3 weeks on my channel. I don't want to call it a sermon. I hope my chat doesn't see me as a pastor because I'm not ordained. I mean, but obviously I do respect, pastors who are ordained or rabbis who are ordained like yourself, who mean well and actually want things to progress. I do talk about this more on my channel. So I do a segment on my channel called Critical Faith Theory about every 3 weeks or so. I'll plan a message. So the last time, I was talking about actual violent persecution that happens to Christians and Muslims and other minorities in India. And next time, I don't know, I've got a range of topics to pick. I'm thinking either talking about DEI, which is a sore point with Christians, unfortunately. So talking about it from more of a, having that conversation around it and a better understanding of DEI. And, personally, it just like, I guess where my position on DEI is, I think it's generally good, but a lot of times it's conceded, right? Because it's done by it's rainbow capitalism, right? You have to recognize that aspect of it. Like, yes, we do need a diverse workforce. People who are working, need to accept one another as coworkers, as we need that, but also it's weaponized, right? It's weaponized to cover up the company's other sins, or the company's other things that the company's doing, or it's used against, say, unions sometimes too. So it's like DEI is not this like woke agenda type thing. So I want to like deconstruct that and actually talk about it. And actually, one of the things I'm planning to tie that into is, Christians, they hate DEI. I'm like, the three letters you shouldn't be hating are DEI. They should be CEO. You should be hating CEOs.
Very good point. Very good point.
That's what I. One of my next planned segments is going to be. So I do post those segments on YouTube for anyone to watch. So if you're in Shakespeare's Discord, you'll see me post there. So.
Awesome.
Go live and stuff. So yeah, great talking to you.
Great talking to you.
I am hungry now. I want to let you cook on your stream. So and I know you wanted to react to a video. I'll probably hang around for that. But it was great talking to you all. Aapko bahut shukriya. Thank you so much. And phir milenge. I would love to come back and on here, and and you're invited on my show as well. I'd definitely like to have you on sometime.
Thank you. תודה רבה, חבר. I really would enjoy having you also back again. Thank you so much for for your valuable time, and I won't keep you any longer because you're hungry. So, but thank you, but thank you again, and we will definitely chat soon. So, have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you soon.
You too. Thank you so much. And like I said, I'll lurk and chat and hang around. Later.
Bye. Okay, so what do we think? I think it went well. What are you doing? Oh. I'm always very glad to talk to people, especially if they're of different faiths. Or like Talorks, because you're an atheist, and we have had our wonderful discussions, talking about yes, thank you so much again, Boy Meets Mini. I really, really appreciate your time. Honestly, I am so happy that we were able to make it work, and thank you so much for every moment that you were able to dedicate to today. So one of the things that I did want to also sort of go into was I wanted to finish the video that we had been watching before, that was about the how the immigration system in the United States and the violence against Mexican people. And another thing too is, remember, the United States, something that Boy Meets Mini and I were sort of discussing, is that when people think about Mexico and Mexicans, they think that everybody's Catholic, right? And that's not the case, right? There are Muslims in Mexico, there are Protestants in Mexico, there are Hindus, Sikhs, Jewish people, In fact, like just using one metric, right? Like Latin America, right, as a whole, is more diverse in the origins of its Jewish communities than the United States is. So the United States has a large community, but it's very homogenous, right? Whereas in Latin America, you know, some people have origins, right, that like their family after the Spanish expelled. Oh yes, thank you so much for that, Vitingale. After the expulsion, you know, went to Portugal, and some of them went to the Netherlands. So some of them went to the Ottoman Empire, right? And then later on, after the 1492, yeah, in August, it was signed March 30th. Technically April 1st, you know, kind of like there. But one thing that's important, it's interesting. The reason why it's the Alhambra Decree, right, is because remember in January of 1492, right, 2 months before they signed the Edict of Expulsion, the Alhambra Decree, they had just defeated the Emir of Granada, where the Alhambra Palace is. So when they signed this act, they had just finished, you know, their conquest of a vassal state, because the Reconquista had already ended, right? Granada was a tributary state, essentially, right? It only existed so that way it could give. Because it was open to trade from the Ottoman Empire, right? Because the Christians didn't want to trade with the Ottomans directly. But once they took over Grenada and took all of its money and everything, then what you have is the signing of the Edict of Expulsion, which March 31st, actually, I should say. And then the next day, April 1st, right after the signing of it, was when Christopher Columbus set off from the port of Palos in southwestern Spain for the Americas. So, like, those two things coincide, right? The colonization of the Americas and the Edict of Expulsion, right? And yes, if you'd like to support me, you can do so in many different ways. You could either go to my Linktree currently in the stream. There are ways there to donate to me directly. But if you would like to help me out with my research, you can always. I always get the sides wrong. You can always help sponsor this book here, Figurative Inquisitions, that talks about the usage of inquisitorial rhetoric and such in Latin America. So I would appreciate that. So as we were saying,
Inspect every house in a predominantly Mexican neighborhood. If the inspectors found lice, occupants were forced to take vinegar and kerosene baths, have their heads...
Look at that. Like, look. The city health inspectors who have been assigned to the south side, right? Like, people often wonder, you know, why is it that a lot of gangs, right, they will often use terms like blank side, right? Well, it's because usually it was a term, right, to some, I can't say all, but a good number of them were the south side of the railway tracks, right, of the train tracks. That was a way of saying it, right? Because if you go to Los Angeles, for example, the railway the huge, I mean, people know what I'm talking about because there's like a huge bridge that crosses where all of the train tracks are, right? Everything south of that, right, is where that's where you have South Central, for example, and South LA, right? So, but here, right, they use the idea of health, right, and they said, okay, in the Mexican quarter, right, so what does this tell us, right? Like, again, this means that Mexicans could only live in this one area of town, right? Never think that the United States has always let people, and it still doesn't, let people live wherever they want to. Right? The creation of ghettos, is, I mean, the fact that the word ghetto is still used, right? Even to describe things that even if it includes Jewish people or not, right? Like, the origin of the word ghetto actually is from the Venetian term gettare, right, which means to it's related to the word to jettison, right, which means to throw away, because the little island in Venice where the first ghetto was made was the island where all of the iron forges would throw all of their trash, and so there was the island del ghetto, right, like where you throw, where the trash island, right, where you throw away the trash. And that's what Venice gave the Jewish people for them to be able to live there, and they couldn't live anywhere else in the city. So that's why if you go to Venice now, if you go to that part, to the ghetto, where some Jewish people still do live, although because of Venice becoming such a huge tourist destination, it has meant that it's become a little bit more difficult for people to live in the city of Venice itself. So a lot of Venetians have actually moved out. But again, point being that that LA, I mentioned this also, like the freeways, the reason why they're so high up in LA, right, is again because it's to carve out space. It's to say these neighborhoods have to be walled, right? The fact that people can use their cars on them is a secondary purpose almost, right? So again, like when I was growing up, my entire life has been there's a wall between me and something else, right? It was very apparent to me, these things. So anyway, so wherever lice are found, the occupants are forced to take a vinegar and kerosene bath, have their heads shaved, and their clothing burned. Like, think about that. Like, really think about that.
Shaved and clothing burned. Hundreds of homes were eventually destroyed. Lee also expanded the supposed health measures to include inmates in the El Paso jail.
They had to strip naked, take a bath inside a tub full of kerosene, and on one occasion, it seems somebody lit a match.
This doesn't surprise me. Of course someone lit a match. That's why they made them bathe in kerosene. They even called it a Holocaust. The 27th victim of the city jail Holocaust died yesterday at the county hospital. This is never taught in American schools, ever. It was called the Holocaust. This happened prior to the one that occurred in occupied Europe, Nazi-occupied Europe. 27 victims, at least, because someone I lit a match. Exposing the biggest organ of your body, your skin, not to mention the mucous membrane, is not a great idea. People used to use kerosenes for all kind of old home remedy stuff like swallows. Right. I mean, there were some people that think that butane has, some sort of like homeopathic properties, but it's no.
27 prisoners, majority Mexican or Mexican American, burned to death in the fire that the newspapers called the jail Holocaust.
Like they called it that. Look at that. Bridger says grand jury refused to indict for. They got away with it. The person that, oh, I just happened to light a little match that caused the death of 27 prisoners. For who even knows why they were there? Like, that's the thing. When they focus on the jail part or on the fact that they were prisoners, you don't know why they're there. It could literally be loitering for all we know, because they still use laws like that against, you know, BIPOC neighborhoods here in LA. What are you kids doing in the park for so long? It's a park. We're sitting down on a bench. We're just talking. Like, I don't know what you want me to say, officer. You know what I mean? It could be nothing. Like, one time, okay, this was on our way to go to my grandparents' house in Tijuana, right? So we were gonna go across the border, right? On our way there, we were stopped by the police, and they got their guns out. Okay. First, this wasn't I'm gonna walk up to you and, you know, oh, hello, officer, why did you stop me? No. No, they said, these people are by the border. They're Mexican. They are, by definition, dangerous. Therefore, we're going to come out with our guns blazing. And they did. And I was like 7 years old when this happened. And yet I remember that day so clearly. Because the reason why they stopped us, and I'm not even joking, was because I was drinking a Hawaiian Punch soda. You know, the ones in the can. And they thought that it was alcohol. Apparently. Like, that's what they thought they needed to take out their rifles for. Not the handguns. Rifles. Because I was drinking. I dared to drink a soda. That was my crime. But of course, a Mexican kid, oh yeah, super dangerous, right? But this, they didn't even indict the people. They didn't even indict them. Literally, didn't even put them on trial. They knew that these 27 people were bathed in kerosene. They lit the match. They know what's gonna happen. So I don't know what the grand jury, what evidence they didn't have.
But despite the tragic fire, Mayor Lee pushed forward with even more aggressive plans.
He sends a telegram, a Western Union telegram, to Rupert Blue, who was the Surgeon General up in Washington, D.C. And basically, well, let me just read it. Hundreds dirty, lousy, destitute Mexicans arriving at El Paso daily will undoubtedly...
Look, this hasn't changed. This hasn't changed. The language, the only thing is maybe some of the words. Maybe lousy, right? Because that's actually, it's a wild duck. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Right? Because like the word lousy, you know, like, oh, I'm having a lousy day, comes from... Right, literally means that you, like, oh, I am covered in lice, right? So that's what lousy here means. Destitute, arriving at El Paso daily, will bring and spread typhus. Think about that. Equating Mexican people, right? Saying there's hundreds of them, right? They're dirty, they're lousy, right? Covered in lice, destitute. Remember what's going on at this time. The Mexican Revolution, when people lost everything. Yeah, they're going to be destitute. They're refugees. They're not immigrants. Okay, they're not British people that just want to, invest it in a gold mine in Mississippi or whatever, right? No. These people were one of the millions of up to 10% of the population of Mexico that was forced to flee due to the decade-long Mexican Revolution. And this is what the United States says about us, right? This is why when the laws were passed, right, during the Trump administration, the Trump regime, and the Biden regime, right? Because they're both just fascists anyway. Red fascists, blue fascists. Anyway. They both had the same thing, right? Oh, we can't let foreigners in because, there's a disease. How can the disease exist outside of the country but not inside of the country? Right? Because in the United States, we were told, oh yeah, it's over. It never happened. And yet it's like every time it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. But of course, fear-mongering about people immigrating, trying to find refuge, is a whole different story. And not only that, but look, the city of El Paso, backed by its medical board, state, federal, and militia officials, feel that the government should put on a quarantine.
Undoubtedly bring and spread typhus unless a quarantine is placed at once.
The government didn't agree to a full quarantine because evidence suggested that typhus wasn't a major threat in the area. But instead, they funded a new disinfection plant at the border in 1916. In this facility, every immigrant considered a second-class citizen had to strip naked. Their clothes were sent to a large steam dryer and then fumigated with toxic pesticides inside the gas room.
Look at this. Look at what this is. They literally have ein Vergassungskeller. Like, the only difference is that it's not in German. The doors had to be padded as to prevent escape of gas when closed. Huh. Weird. Almost seems like the prototype of something. Oh, look, showers. Showers. Interesting.
An inspector would check each person's body, including private parts, for lice. If they found lice, immigrants would have to shave their head and body hair.
Like, again, yeah, almost as if, like, this in 1917 had something to do with what happened in 33 to 45. I don't know what they would call it these days, because, the kids, they call things all sorts of things these days. Almost as if, when they have a Vergassungskeller, like, that's literally what they have. A free lice treatment. That's so sweet, right? And that's based on, think about it, you have to be completely naked. Think about this. And you have to let white people look at you and determine whether or not they see even a single louse. My grandma told me that her and her sister washing their hair with kerosene to get rid of lice they picked up at school. Right, like it was seen as a way to get rid of it. Because, I mean, yeah, technically, whatever, people could say that. But I don't know if you were here, Schmegly, or just a bit ago, where there actually was a Holocaust. They actually called it the jail Holocaust. because someone accidentally, apparently, because they never decided to go to trial, the grand jury said there was no evidence for this. They would make people get into tubs of kerosene, right? And one day, one of the white guards lit a match, because he was just bored, I guess. And, there's so much wrong with delousing, including not limited to the 4 stripping chemical agents. It makes sense the U.S. started it. Just look at this thing. Just look at this building, right? Like, regardless of anything else. I'm not saying that there is a direct line, right? That this became that, right? However, if someone told me that this was in 1940s Poland, I wouldn't disbelieve them. You even have the chimney right here.
And bathe in a mix of kerosene and vinegar. Some even had their eyelids checked for things like pink eye, and many had to complete puzzles or simple IQ tests to prove that they were fit for entry.
Look at this. Just to enter the country, having to take an IQ test. It just because you're Mexican, by the way. Not, if you were Swedish, you didn't have to do this. If you were Danish, you didn't have to do it. If you were British, you didn't have to do this. If you were Mexican, you had to do this. An IQ test. Essentially sit and take the SATs to prove whether or not you're worthy to cross into El Paso. That's what happens when you demonize outsiders, right? And like I said, this is something that still exists. Like just this past weekend, or earlier this week, when I went out to go spend time with a friend of mine, they were like, "Oh, let's go out here into the countryside," right? Right away, people were like, "Oh, look, these." Right away, people clocked us as Mexicans. Right away. And they immediately started to treat us as though we worked at the restaurant that we ate at. Like, "Oh, can you bring me some more?" I'm like, "I don't work here. So, anyway. The week I was locked up, we weren't allowed to wear clothes. Oh my goodness gracious. I am so sorry to hear that, Soul Life. I am so sorry.
After this process, they'd receive a ticket as proof that they were disinfected, but they would need to go through this every 8 days in order to re-enter the U.S.
Think about that. Every 8 days, every week, they would have to do it. They would have to re-go through this process. They would have to go through this all over again. And again, if the white people, right, that were running these things, right, with the gas room and the showers, right next to one another, right, and it's padded so that way the gas won't escape, and you had to undress, right, if they just say that you have lice, then they also get to ritually humiliate you by shaving all of the hair off your body. Think about that. I mean, some people often forget that part. They think, "Oh, well, if they have lice, then it's okay." Well, then what was the bath in kerosene for? Do you see the point? Right? The weird contradiction? Like, "Oh, we're going to have you take a bath in kerosene and vinegar, but we're also going to humiliate you by shaving off all of your body hair." Vinegar and kerosene in a closed room. Yeah, people had to take baths in this. Mexicans had to take baths in this. And you had to do this every 8 days.
So many people didn't speak about it. They didn't talk about this humiliating process. Like they kind of internalized it. It's that psychology of shame.
The toxic baths and dehumanizing inspections at the border set the stage for a revolt, led by the 17-year-old maid from Juarez who defied the order to bathe.
Carmelita Torres was
See, this is the one thing that I don't like, how they worded that. And they dismissed the charge. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry to hear that, Soul Life. I'm so sorry to hear that. Like Carmelita Torres, you know, if people want, like, I don't know, like, I've never liked to say necessarily, right? Like if there's good reason, right, to compare, you know, if you want to compare her to Rosa Parks, fine, you know, but I don't like to do that myself, you know, like Carmelita Torres was her own, you know what I mean? She stood up against oppression, right? And Rosa Parks stood up against oppression. Carmelita Torres should be a known name just as much as Rosa Parks.
I've compared it to the Rosa Parks reporter. In the morning of January 28th, 1917, there's this electric trolley full.
And remember, this electric trolley, which doesn't exist anymore because America decided that public transit is communism, apparently, would literally, you know, would be filled with women that would come across the border. That sounds horrible and traumatic. Yeah, I am so sorry, Soul Life. This world is so unjust. I don't even know what to say sometimes. I don't know. This trolley would cross every single day, right? Because this is the Rio Grande, or El Rio Bravo del Norte, as we would say in Mexico. This is before the United States even enters the war. So they were dehumanizing Mexicans before they even started to talk about getting into the World War I. So all of this, they were scared that Mexico is a neutral country, right? It has the Estrada doctrine, right? Even in the, you know, it never felt so good to get dressed. Well, you know, I totally understand that. Like, there was something, like when I left yeshiva finally, and I could finally be myself, not having to put on the, you know, the traditional black suit, right? And actually getting to put on clothes that I wanted to, right? Like, that felt really good for me personally, you know. And I would say in that day, like, it never felt so good to get dressed. Like, I get that.
Of mostly women that are crossing every day. She convinces the majority, if not all, of the women in that trolley to just say no and to refuse. They start a spontaneous protest.
There are accounts that in addition to the humiliating delousing procedures, for women, there was also sexual humiliation.
Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? Hello, Germ. Welcome in. I know I saw you earlier. Al-Majd li-Filastin. Al-Majd li-Filastin. Al-Majd li-Filastin. And again, this is not even taking into account queer people, right? Like, this is binary, right? Within the gender binary, right? Azad Falastin, Al-Majd li Filastin. So I'm not surprised, right? And of course they say women, but also men too. I mean, and you know, non-binary people, right? And, you know, yeah.
There were rumors that, when they entered the plant and then they were told to strip, officers were taking their photos and then posting them in bars. So I can.
Okay, think about that. Think about that. That they were the object, right, of their desire, quote unquote, right? They used them to put. They took pictures of them, put them up in the bars, right? Well, in this case, it would be Miss, but Miss Shex Patelli, but but again, this is part of the violence that still was ongoing, that still is ongoing, right? I read a very wonderful article that talks about, and there is this concept that comes from African American studies called, and it's not necessarily this, but it's called pious pornography, right? And that is that when, shows, or books, well, back in the 19th century, it was like books, right? And like newspaper reports and everything, right? Accounts of the horrors of slavery, right? Of people trying to escape, of people trying, the horrors of chattel slavery, that people would read it essentially to, and I don't want to say like get off on it in that way, but it was a way for them to participate in the oppression, right? No worries, Jerm. I understand. It's so it's quite all right. So a lot of the pictures, right, of the brutalized bodies of slaves, right, or ex-slaves, or whatever it might be, right, was seen as, a way of pious pornography, right, because they didn't do the violence, right? Yes, Mick Shaxbrally, that's right. But it was the way for them to essentially continue the oppression, right? This too falls into that category, right? They're taking pictures of people, right, putting it in bars. Imagine, and not only that, but remember, black people nor Mexicans could enter white bars. So this is completely unknown to them, right? Like, it's not like their husband will see it, right? Or, their partner of any kind. No. These pictures are taken by white people and put up in white bars for them to ogle at. Against their will, against their consent. And in many ways, this still happens. Right? It still happens. Whether or not it's like necessarily this explicit is a whole different story.
Imagine the kind of feeling, like the feelings of violation and
Exactly.
the feelings of, outrage.
She was called an instigator, a ringleader, but she was just a young woman that was just sick of the injustice, of the humiliation that other women had gone through.
What started with just 200 protesters that morning slowly grew to a crowd of 2,000. Reporters said the scene reminded one of bees swarming. The hands of the feminine mob would claw at the tops of the passing cars. When the American officers tried to disperse the crowd, they were met with bottles, rocks, and insults.
Which they, of course, deserved. ACAB, ACAB, ACAB. ACAB is ACAB, ACAB is ACAB. 1312, always. Okay? It doesn't matter where. ACAB is ACAB. Like, I've always hated this, like, oh, well, then they did this horrible thing to the... I don't give a shit about what happens. Like, they shouldn't even talk about it. Who cares? The violence perpetrated against the victims is what's important. I don't care about no cops.
Protesters even laid down on the tracks in front of the trolley cars to create a blockade. They were joined by men in what's called the Bath Riots, and they shut.
Have people ever heard of this? Are people ever taught about the Bath Riots? Or about the jail Holocaust? I don't think so. And yet this amount of violence still happens. All the time. All the time. Like I've said before, once when I was younger, when I was a child, maybe around 10, 11, who knows, saying violence against the police is kind of like anti-art. It's not real. And yeah, in a video game, of course, right? In Grand Theft Auto, of course, that's what I'm actually thinking about, right? Grand Theft Auto, of course, is the fact that I was told by my parents, right? And we're all Mexican, right? We're literally all Mexican, but I was told, don't say your name in Spanish. Say it with like how white people would say it. And I'm thinking, you mean I'm gonna say my Mexican Jewish ass name, and I'm gonna, I'm just gonna, say some random name, like, the Americanized way, right? And I kept thinking, the reason that they feel suspicious of people that say their names in Spanish who are coming from, checks notes, Mexico. Bruh, like, come on. Like, how does that raise suspicion? They speak Spanish in Mexico. Of course people are going to say their names in Spanish. Like, my goodness. But it's true. Once I did say it, I did say it in Spanish. When we got sent to secondary revision, and, my mom was like, see, I told you. Eso es lo que van a hacer. That's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. And they do. And they will literally tear your car apart. Even if you're there for the most innocuous reason. That makes total sense. It's stupid. It makes me laugh so much to teach child checks to say it in an American accent. Yeah, I mean, literally at this time I was I remember, because I still have the book. I was reading Les Confessions de Jean-Jacques Rousseau. I was literally reading a book in French at this time in my life, because I've always been interested in learning languages, right? It's my thing, right? And I was reading Jean-Jacques Rousseau because I found a French copy of the book. Was reading it in the original, and literally it's like, hide anything that doesn't look American, right? Like, oh, if you're gonna read a book in English, right? Don't read books in French in front of the border guards, because they might think it's Spanish, because they can't tell, but I still kept reading my Jean-Jacques Rousseau, because I thought it's his Confessions, right? Like, it's technically spelt the same in French and in English, Confession, right? But it was just,
Down this border for 2 days.
And then all you hear is that the ringleaders are arrested, and a few of the men are publicly executed.
Think about this. For refusing to subject themselves to humiliation, the protest turned out to be a good barometer of local state control. Yes. And the fact that Mexican people in the Southwest, and even people, and even Mexicans that went to go work in the South as well, were lynched just like black people. Not, and obviously the numbers are far lower, but the point being, and I would never wish to try to make it seem like I'm trying to detract from it. This is to add on top of that. This is how horrible it is that even indigenous people, that even Mexican people, that even we got the lynchings happened, right? And you know that they made postcards of them, and that they stole people's property. The only people that are even, honored in any way are people that were collaborators. Why do you think that the Pico family in LA has a boulevard named after them? Because they collaborated with the Anglos, with the Americans. Yeah, even Asian people. And make sure to have the biggest problem. Yeah, well, see, that was always the thing, right? It's like, if you push it and look too, patriotic, then they also suspect you, right? So you have to be like this normal, behave like a normal American, right? And whatever that means. But it was always, try to act as white as possible, so.
As for Carmelita Torres,
It appears like she was thrown in prison, and as historians, we don't know what happened to her afterwards. We've lost every trace.
Imagine that. Imagine. Again, as historians, right? The thing that is so important to us is documentation, right? That's how we can make our claims, right? Or make our arguments. This is where this person was, they moved here, and it was due to these reasons. We literally do not know what happened to Carmelita Torres. We know that she was imprisoned, right? And that all of the guards and everybody there was white, and that they all hated her. But we literally do not know what happened after that. Usually when people say American, they just mean, right, exactly.
the fumigations didn't stop after the riots. In 1917 alone, over 100,000 Mexicans were deloused at the border.
Like, think about that. 100,000 people being shoved into those undressing rooms, the showers, right? And then they have the gas room. No, but where are you from originally? Oh, I get that all the time too. I mean, it's like that person at Yeshiva. It's like that dude when he said, "Are you something?" I'm like, "What do you mean? Am I something? Of course I'm a human being." No. But you know what I mean. Like, are you something? You know, like I'm like, I'm Jewish, just like you. That's all that matters. And even still, he's like, but you have to be something. Like, what does, so that means whiteness is not something. You know what I mean? Like, racialized identities, they are something, right? Whiteness is not something, right, so to speak.
That same year, an immigration law made border procedures even more rigid. Immigrants at all points of entry needed to have a passport, take a literacy test, and many would have to pay an $8 head tax.
Think about this. They had to pay to cross a bridge. Take IQ tests. Take literacy tests. Go into those things, right, to go get, drenched in kerosene and vinegar, right? Be put, have pictures taken of them surreptitiously that were then hung up at the local bars, which only white men could go to. Whiteness is seen as normal, and by saying something, they are saying not normal. Exactly. Right. They're like, oh, you must be something, right? You must be mixed with something, right? And that is precisely what they meant. They were like, oh, are you half Jewish? I'm like, that doesn't really exist. You know that, right? But, who knows? Let's see here.
And later that year, the U.S. Public Health Service laid down instructions for border agents about who should be kept out of the country.
Imbeciles, idiots, feeble-minded persons, physical defectives, persons afflicted with loathsome or dangerous contagious disease.
Look at this list. Look at this list. Look at this list. Look at the language of this list. Feeble. People already saw Mexicans because they were of, most of us are of mixed race, right? Indigenous and, some European, and also some African as well. This is what they said. These are the people to be excluded from crossing the border from Mexico. Like, these things can mean anything. Literally anything. Feeble-minded persons. What does that even mean? They had enough in the US already? What do you mean? Oh. But, and also people afflicted with loathsome, right? Loathsome, or dangerous diseases, right? Loathsome, right? Something you loathe can mean anything. True, I almost... So again, this is the history of the border. This is the reason why, the horrors of the border that still happen to this day, right? Where in Texas they say, oh, that they're trying to invade. No. People suffered even doing everything right. But they still wanted to torture them. And they made lists of ways to not allow people to cross. But hey, if you're Swedish, oh yeah, come right on in. Right?
The discriminatory policies at the border resembled horrific events elsewhere in the world.
Oh, who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that they resembled, events? To this day, people think, yeah, they do. I've been called. I've been told stuff like that. To my face. That's the reason why. They did everything right and we indicted them. Even beforehand, people were like, this sounds like Germany. This sounds like, yes, the United States had a Vergassungskeller, right? A gassing cellar, before the Germans even built one. Right? That we cannot forget. We cannot forget this. Here, let me quickly gotta change the title so that way it's more accurate to what we're actually watching.
In fact, while researching this, David stumbled upon a detail. The fumigation of Mexican immigrants wasn't just reminiscent of Nazi Germany, it was directly linked to it.
Oh, who would have guessed that? Who would have guessed that, chat? Who would have guessed that? There's no way. America's the land of freedom. America's the land where you can just, like, hey, if you listen to all of the people online, all of the right wingers, what do they say? Oh yeah, the Mexicans come over and they give them, debit cards with $5,000 and they give them a penthouse. I'm sorry. I'm still living, like I know last summer, I had put an air conditioner on Throne, but, because of events, medical stuff, I had to, use the money that would have been for that for medical expenses. Right? And yet here I am, right? Like still, like I don't have a penthouse. According to California law, my landlord doesn't have to install AC because this place was built before they had, central heating and air. Right? So what do? I just have a little fan. That's it. So, and it's only going to get hotter from here on out, so. What do you mean, wait, what? Wait, what? I wanted to get a little air conditioning unit because, yeah, they don't have to provide AC because the building is so old that it was built like back in the day when, they would just like say, open the window. You know what I mean? So I wanted to get one. I did put one on Throne, but then stuff happens, right? And I felt so bad, but I had to. I was like, I have no other way. And instead, I decided to just like, I won't put that on Throne ever again because I feel horrible. Like, I mean, even when I talk about books, like, yeah, I want the books that the book that's on here, I really do. But I feel horrible having to ask, like, please subscribe, right? Please, give me bits. Please, and on YouTube, please make sure to like and subscribe. I like it. I don't know. It makes me feel bad. But yeah. Yes, because they made a law that says like, oh, everything built before this period, when they actually did like the air conditioning ducts and stuff, like after this time period, then you have to provide it, right? But if it was before this, you don't have to. And other California people, that I know, from chat can attest to this if they know, if they've had to go through it as well. It's not fun. People shouldn't be forced to live in history, especially if that history gives you heat stroke. I mean,
it's not so much that the United States was copying Nazi Germany. It's the opposite. Nazi Germany was copying the United States.
He found that in the 1920s, the US started using Zyklon B, an extremely poisonous acid gas, to fumigate clothing at the border.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! I mean, yeah, like last summer it was like really, really, really hot, and I really, but then the car accident and just, I don't know. It's just, anyway. please like and subscribe, I guess. I don't know if you want to. Because right now, this is my job. Right? Yeah, gift gas. Yeah, that's what they... Yeah, the United States use Zyklon B on Mexicans. Is this ever taught in American history? I don't think so. So that gas room that's padded so that the gas doesn't escape?
And in 1937, in a German pest science journal, a scientist called for the use of Zyklon B in Nazi disinfection chambers. He included 2 photos of El Paso's delousing chambers.
Oh, look at that! Ein Begassungstunnel. A gassing tunnel. Look at that. Here we have literally the evidence from the journal that said they should use Zyklon B in concentration camps. This is why I always tell people, whatever you think you know about the horrors of the border, that is not even 1% of what the true horrors of the border are. Right? Again, you have a Begassungstunnel, a gassing tunnel. Look at the railway cars. Right? Let's head back. Let's head back to see it, right? Anzeige für Schadlingskunde, zugleich Nachrichtenblatt der Deutschen Gesellschaft für angewandte Entomologie. Let's see here. Professor Dr. Escherich and Professor Dr. Friedrich Stellwag, Geisenheim on Rhein. Okay, so
in a German pest science journal, a scientist called for the use.
So razor wire barrels in the river are actually imported. Yeah. You think people think like, oh, they're just Texas just is trying to defend its border. There is no reason why there should be a border there. Literally no reason why. Right? Der Wagen wird darauf etwa 2 Stunden sich selbst überlassen, nur ein Warnungsschild rangeleitet in Südafrika und Rhodesia etwas, wo UA im Kapstadt Durban, Johannesburg und Bulawayo und der Artenrolle Material zur Behandlung kommen. Es darf wohl behauptet werden, dass diese so einfach... Okay, so this is not talking about... Ostafrika.
Zyklon B in Nazi disinfection chamber.
Yeah, gasdichte Kammer. Look at this thing. Look, the United States had this. It only took the USA a century to make that much progress. The border exists now as a way to extort undocumented... Yeah, and much more, right? I mean, literally the type of violence that occurs on the border. There is a good book, besides the one that is on my throne that I would like to read, for my research. But there's a good book called Border Optics, and it literally talks about how the United States actually breaks its own border, it breaks border law because it sends its drones right across the international border with Mexico. So it can illegally cross a border at will. But if a refugee, right, someone who is trying to escape the drug violence that the United States enabled, you know,
Chambers. He included 2 photos of El Paso's
yeah, like literally, Begassungsstudel in El Paso, like literally.
delousing chambers as an example of how effective Zyklon B had been at the US border to kill unwanted pests.
I mean, even just the wording, unwanted pests. You know what I mean? Like, the way in which people described Mexicans already was and still is dehumanizing. Still is dehumanizing. Like, I remember at one point, I had... It is genocidal. And remember, in the 30s, not only were there, you know, I mean, you have something like the Zoot Suit Riot, right, during World War II, which some people classify it as a pogrom, right, which was anti-Mexican violence by white people, literally for wearing clothes, of all things. And then, you know, there were other pogroms, I guess, that one could say, in Texas, in California. You know, it's like I said before, Central California has a lot of towns named after cities in the South for a reason, right? Selma, California didn't just get its name by accident. It's because it tells you the white people that made their claim on that land and said, this is ours. So remember, the United States had Zyklon B first, and it used it against Mexicans. People who were trying to escape as refugees, and it classified them as just immigrants. Right? Even people that just wanted to work across the border, they had to go through this. And you already saw the list of the others of the what they can deny people entry for. So
The same scientist pushed to use it to disinfect concentration camps, and
oh, who would have thought? Oh, of course. Oh, of course. I mean, it just makes sense, right? Like, look, he's gonna... Oh, we should use it there. By the way, just because there's a lot of disinformation about this, it takes more of this chemical to kill lice than it takes to kill human beings. I know some people are like, how is that so? Think about the amount of lice that lots of people would have, right? And the fact that they don't function, right, anatomically, physiologically like human beings, right? That is why the people that try to say, oh, it didn't happen, you know, blah, 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 the denialist, look at the Leuchter report, which is just, you know, completely disproven, is because, again, as soon as people inhale it, right, it begins to constrict their, right? So it doesn't take as much to do so, right? However, with millions of fleas, different story. So that's one thing I always wanted to make sure that people never fall into this weird, like, oh, but that doesn't make... It does make sense if you know how disinfection works. It's like when people fumigate a house, right? They have to cover the whole house, right? And put a whole, you know, because they have to put in so many chemicals because they're all over the place, right? So
eventually, it was used in concentrated doses to murder millions of people.
people, rightly so, say you can't compare what happened in Nazi Germany with other parts of the world, and that's true. In terms of Cyclone B, it was used on the border not to intentionally kill Mexican border crossers, but the history of something like the Holocaust doesn't take place in a vacuum.
Exactly. It does not happen in a vacuum. I mean, just look at this. Look at the way in which this white man, right, who, by the way, stole all of their, like the whole, like, cowboy thing, right? Literally just, they just stole it from Mexican charreria, which was the first cowboy culture that really existed, right? I've already mentioned this before. Like, in the 19th century, they did not wear Stetsons, right? Cowboys back in the, pioneer days, or whatever you want to call them, they wore bowler hats, like people in London. That was their hat of choice. Yeah. And to this day, charreria, the original rodeo thing, is not considered part of the rodeo tradition for the National Rodeo Finals. Only the American rodeos get to count. So the people that do charreria here in America have contests, so then they can go compete in Mexico, because they are not recognized as being a cowboy, even though, like, something as simple as the word buckaroo literally comes from the Spanish word vaquero. Buckaroo, vaquero. That's literally where it comes from.
A few decades after the Bath riots, Mexico started sending men to work on U.S. farms and railroads as part of a new labor agreement called the...
Yes, they did. And there were lots of people in Texas especially, but also in other parts of the then northern territories of Mexico. There were Afro-mestizos, right? So they had black ancestry. And the rule was, right, like when they signed the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, right, which is the 1948 treaty where Mexico ceded, right, the land north of one of the drawn lines, and officially recognized the borders being the Rio Grande. It promised that all Mexican citizens would have a year to decide whether they wanted to remain in what was now going to be the United States and become American citizens, or leave and stay Mexican citizens. However, what was not, like, that is the wording of the treaty. I believe it's Article 8 of the treaty. However, it was broken almost immediately because, of course, until the 14th Amendment in the 1870s, right, not in the 1840s, citizenship was defined by race. Only white people could be citizens of the United States. So, Mexico signed this treaty. And yes, drive safe, soul life. Mexico signed the treaty, and the people that were Afro-mestizo, or the people that had, were visibly, of African heritage, were literally threatened with the chance of possibly even being enslaved. And usually they were the ones that, the Texas Rangers and stuff like that, that people try to launder their horrific legacy of, where essentially went out and would go try to get them to leave and, abandon their homes and, so much. It's just, and abandon their lands and then say, oh, well, now it's abandoned, so now we can take it.
Bracero program, and through the program, the border disinfections continued.
Not only that, but the Bracero program, which America likes to tout as being this good, beneficent, like, oh, this is the right way of doing, immigration, right, for workers, is that, I mean, this thing in Socorro, Texas is whatever, but if you've ever read, other books like, oh gosh, do I have it here? I don't think I have it like right on me, but there's even a book called, what is it called? I can't remember right now what it's called, but essentially the point being that the braceros, the people that were brought over to do farm work in the United States, were not, given homes, right, like in town, right? They weren't treated as though, they were equals. They were kept in cramped conditions, sometimes literally just shacks, right, with everybody sleeping together, right, on the floor or whatever, or like on cots. And they would have to work unbelievable hours, 16 hours, who knows. And then most of them would send every penny back home. So they never really had any money. Oftentimes they had to buy, if they did buy things, they had to buy it from their employer. And again, they specifically put them as far away from other people as possible. They hid these workers. They made them not be able to be seen for a reason. So don't let anybody ever tell you that the Bracero program was like beneficent and that, oh, it's a good model for how we should allow people to come work, because it wasn't. It literally was substandard conditions by the nth magnitude, right? To the point where they had children. Like the book I'm talking about has a child that's working in a California winery. Because they don't care. They're like, oh, well, he's a Mexican boy, so he's essentially like a man anyway, right? Because he's Mexican, right? Like, that's their logic, right?
Here in this facility, some migrants were sprayed with insecticides.
This right here, being sprayed with DDT. I know that the black community also has experiences with this as well. I know for a fact. But not only that, but even at the border, at the detention centers, as they call them, I once sent an article to a colleague of mine, and I think it might have upset them, because it tried to compare the detention camps of refugees on the border to concentration camps, right? And one of their major arguments was because literally at these facilities, which are in California, Texas, blah, 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 they literally would spray people with chemicals every single day, give them old food, all of these horrible things. Like, I don't want to pull up the article and read through it because, I don't want to just be reading, but it's not a good picture.
It was a substance called DDT,
Dichlorophenotrichloroethane.
a toxic pesticide which decades later would be banned for agricultural use by most developed countries.
Repeated contact must be avoided.
Huh. I wonder why they would use something so toxic against the people that they apparently wanted to come in and work. I thought America was the place where, people's labor is respected. And having a job makes you a good person.
Sprayed in the face. They were sprayed in their private parts. And, they were stripped naked and inspected. And sometimes they're inspected like you would inspect livestock.
She says sometimes, but I would say every time. Right? Every single time they would inspect the people like livestock. That is what they saw them as. Because the only thing that they saw them as was as alien laborers. Like the language of dehumanization is even in this. They are alien laborers. And this was back in the day when the U.S. Department of Justice ran the INS. When it was more of that, because now we have, the Department of Homeland Security and, anyway, but.
First-hand accounts from immigrants in the program reveal how little they knew about the fumigations.
So they talk about how
Like, look at that. Look, he's wearing a mask. This white dude's wearing a mask. And he's just spraying it right into this dude's face. Who's done nothing. Who only wants to cross the border to work. And he has to go through this. Be absolutely nude. Be inspected like animals, like cattle. Do you think that the white people that live in these areas, right, gave up seeing Mexicans and other people from Latin America in this way? No, they have not. They have not.
humiliating it was about why do they think we're so dirty? They'll call it the white powder. I don't know if they necessarily were told we're spraying you with DDT, but they'll call it polvo, the powder.
Miraculous white powder that is helping to win the war.
And this too, the white powder. The white powder is the miraculous thing that's going to win the war against disease. Literally spraying them with white powder. I don't think I need to make that much of a connection there. I think people can see where that's going.
Against disease.
Many of the employees who worked in the facilities weren't given many details either.
When I first started, my role was a clerk. I got the job.
They use DDT because of license stuff. Well, many things. I mean, usually they would they would say for any reason. I mean, like, one of the things with the whole lice story is that it makes it seem as though Mexico didn't have, like a medical system, right, that would, check for stuff like this, right? That is like one of the issues here too, is that it's saying like Mexico is this country that's just full of these alien laborers, right? But they come in bearing disease and blah, 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 when Mexico has hospitals, has, checks people for lice, right? Like, so.
Mainly because I spoke Spanish. There was a hut in the area when they came in from the Mexican side that they were going there, and they had some sort of, it was for lice, they said. It was, to disinfect for lice. And we never gave it much thought, but we did think, it's sort of like what the Nazis used to do, to the Jews.
Like, again, it's interesting because here you have someone after the fact being like, hey, this resembles what happened in the 40s, right, in the early 40s, without realizing that, oh, actually, this happened prior and influenced the 40s. To the point where, again, Zyklon B was used against Mexicans to disinfect them.
I had heard during lunch breaks that they would spray them, and sometimes there were comments from the men themselves that they would put a hose to them. I don't know if they knew what they were doing to them. I certainly didn't know, it was far-fetched from the world we lived in.
It wasn't until the 1960s, when the Bracero program ended, that health authorities acknowledged the chemicals were dangerous and the baths and fumigations were finally discontinued.
I mostly meant since DDT was used on crops as a pesticide. Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Like I saw that it was a question. That's why I was kind of like, posing the fact that, like, yeah, they used it. They used DDT for agricultural reasons, but then they quickly recognized that it was toxic and ended up, discontinuing it in most of the countries of the world. But yeah, no, I understood what you were trying to get at. I was just saying, like, because they used DDT, the powder, right? Again, and they would particularly, right, like, this is another thing that sort of isn't spoken about right here, is that this is also at a time when Mexican women, right, as well as indigenous women, black women, and other, BIPOC who, have uteruses, they had hysterectomies done, right? They were sterilized without them knowing. And this happened to the point where I know people that they were sterilized and they didn't realize it. Like, I know people that happened to. And that was something that was planned. That was something that was seen as positive to do for eugenical purposes. Eugenics never went away in the United States. The United States never denazified. You know what I mean? Neither did West Germany, let's be honest, but
you want history to be about progress, about everybody realizes how horrible it is, and then it stops. Unfortunately, that's how it works in movies, but this was the border, right? And in the border, a lot of things never become resolved. They just keep on repeating themselves.
Decades after the disinfection campaign ended, the language, the strategy, and the dehumanizing politics of fear and exclusion still linger.
It's a health issue, too, because we don't know what people have coming in here.
They're coming in with diseases such as smallpox.
See? Wait, what? Smallpox? Okay, that's just... Well, that doesn't even make any sense. Former ICE agent. Okay, whatever, bro. Smallpox. Literally, we eradicated smallpox. That was like the one thing that we were able to get rid of. And we were this close to getting rid of polio. But no. We were so close. I mean, that's just disgusting. Especially when the peoples of Latin America literally went through an apocalypse. A literal apocalypse. Because of the diseases that the Europeans brought over. So to then be accused of harboring within them that disease, smallpox, which again does not exist anymore, right? It's no longer a disease out there that you can have. Leprosy, like literally, I mean, they're literally trying to, these like tuberculosis, leprosy, this is like 19th century stuff. Oh, roti. It's funny because my mom wanted to get a roti maker at one point. Yeah, biblical diseases. It's like, oh yeah, they're lepers. Like, my goodness gracious.
Leprosy and TB that are going to affect our people in the United States.
Our people? our people, ihren Volk. Like that's, I mean, all I have to do is just translate into German, and it becomes perfectly clear what they are saying. I know, yeah, exactly. Our people, ihren Volk und, you know, I don't want to.
A fact, you're going to see disease outbreak. Apprehensions in the El Paso area.
Oh my gosh. No bathing for weeks. This is just disgusting. Like the inspectors, kids held without adequate food and water at Texas station. Yeah, this is the way how the Americans are treating them. They're the ones not letting them take showers. They're not the ones letting them eat food. IG, I wonder why they haven't bathed for weeks. Must not be the United States' fault. No, of course not. Israel is doing the same to the Palestinians, but instead of making women sterile, they're eradicating the men. Well, I mean, most of the casualties are women and children. So, in Gaza, which is sad. You know, literally people, and to hear the rhetoric, you know, in Hebrew or English or otherwise, it's so disgusting. I just don't even know what to say. That's the reason why I just don't go to shul anymore. I don't go to any synagogue because I can't. The last thing I want to hear is hear some like person try to be all like, ooh, you know, nope, no, thank you.
Specifically have spiked more than 600%.
They are essentially being warehoused, as many as 300 children in a cell.
Yeah, that's being done by the United States. They're being warehoused. Like, think about that. They're over here complaining about the people trying to seek refuge in the United States, which, by the way, regardless of whatever Tim Pool says or whatever, by international law, refugees can go to whatever country they want to go to. They do not have to go to the first country and claim asylum there. They can claim asylum wherever they want to. Yeah, exactly. It's all passive language. They are warehoused. No, these people warehouse them. 250 infants, children, and teens held for weeks. Infants. Children. Inadequate food, water, and sanitation access. Then, like, they literally create the conditions for, you know, diseases to occur. And then complain, oh, see, they had the diseases.
Adequate food, water, and sanitation.
The United States is running concentration camps on our southern border.
I don't like...
See, like, this is why when I had that article that I gave to that colleague, and, you know, they kind of, you know, disliked it. They disliked it because it did compare it to a concentration camp. It didn't say it was Auschwitz. It didn't say it was anything to that level. But it did say that, like, this is, like, these are American concentration camps, right? Like, why is it that is seen as, like, oh, pushing it too far? You know, I don't know. Hello, Afroponics. Welcome in, welcome in. Holy crap, I love up the street from where an essay sends low risk screaming about Hunter Biden and synagogues. Oh gosh, I don't even want to know.
anything compared to the Holocaust. But why can't you compare it, his practices, to what led up to the Holocaust? Do we have to wait for the actual Holocaust before we speak out?
You know, I don't usually, you know, like, I mean, I don't, you know, but yeah, like, there are so many people, and I'm not going to name names, right, that literally are defending what Israel is doing in Gaza, and defend as well what the United States is doing on La Frontera, as if somehow there is justification for what they are doing. There is no reason why children should have to be socially conditioned so that they do not break the mold, right, for an American border guard, because otherwise then they start raising suspicion against them, right? One other thing that happens in the book Border Optics too is that it talks about the propaganda, right? Like, one of them particularly are, you know, all of those shows that are like To Catch a Smuggler, right? They have so many, right? And like the chances of them actually catching anything are so minor that literally it would just be better if they didn't waste all of that money on those damn checks, right? Like, literally, if they were to do something else, like, I don't know, just like literally anything else, but you know, they keep saying they have to because safety, blah, blah, whatever. But as Ruth here brings up, right? Do we have to wait for when the work makes you free, right? Which was something used in the United States as well at one point. I have heard, and Boy Meets Mini, I don't know if you've ever heard of like certain evangelical pastors, they kind of say that, right? You know, and it is incomprehensible and wrong, morally, logically, in every sense, to defend what happened in the past and what is happening now. Mexicans having to go through Zyklon B baths is not something that is ever taught in the typical U.S. history classroom. And yet, it was the usage, and you saw the pictures in the article of the Begasungstunnel, literally showing the railway car, the tunnel, the chamber. That even said right next to the showers, padded so that way the gas doesn't escape. So I didn't say. The historian here said, the other historian here said that, right? Never forget this. Never forget this. When you see someone that, you know, like I always say, like, you know, like there are a lot of people that they're generally okay, right? They're leftists. But when they start to get this weird kind of like about people who like don't speak English perfectly, essentially, I say this person speaks two languages. You know, the fact that they can communicate with you and they want to shows the immense, right, struggle of everything that they've had to do and how they want to communicate with people in another language. Because again, I can give you my experience in kind of a reverse example. You know, when I tell people, oh, I speak French, oh, I can speak Italian, I can speak this, I can speak that. But as soon as, because again, they know I'm Mexican, as soon as I say, oh, I speak Spanish too, those other languages evaporate. Because then that's all they focus on. That is all they focus on. Oh, you're just another Mexican. Everything else is gone. As if all of that studying and all of that learning was for naught. Right? Oh, well, thank you. A lot of them have been saying it for years. Yeah, it's true. Like in yeshiva, there are terms that are used to mean like livelihood, right? Parnasa, right, is usually that term. But there's no like sentence like this will give you good parnasa, right? It just doesn't make sense. Literal eugenesis, yes. And remember, the United States never ended its usage of eugenics. Never. I mean, again, that's why I keep saying this book right here, right? This Figurative Inquisitions. This book is really important for my research because it talks about how they use the tactics of torture, the tactics of like what we've seen here so far, right? And justify it, right? Using the same logic of the Inquisition, right? By outcasting them, right? Oh, they are these things, right? I mean, we saw the list, right? They suffer from a loathsome disease. What does that even mean? Right? So that's why, you know, if you can, you know, give towards the funding of this book, I really would appreciate it. I truly would, because again, I really want to, you know, read it and incorporate it into my research. But you know, it's one of those things where, you know, it's but yes, literal eugenicist, yes, that still exists. You hear, I mean, even Trump, even Biden. I mean, people always focus on Trump, right, and him saying, oh, that they're polluting the blood of, or whatever, the blood of the nation. It's like, did we have to wait for this point? Did we have to wait for this? For someone to say that? Who's still allowed to run for president, right? They're still allowed to run for president, even though they say this, right? Like, that's like, oh, well, he has the freedom of speech. Seriously? That's your answer to that? Like, you've got to be kidding me. But it is, you know. I can speak Tamil as well. Look, I really love learning languages. You know, it's one of my things. I just, you know, I've always wanted to. It's like, for example, you know, maybe perhaps in our next conversation, I wanted to discuss, you know, like, because I know you recently were in India, and I, you know, have always wanted to go. I've never had the chance, you know. I've been to, you know, places like here in the LA, in the general Southern California area that are like very, you know, densely populated areas of, you know, where lots of people from the subcontinent live. But, and even in like New York as well. Artesia, yeah, I've been to Artesia. But the issue always is that I'm not a tourist, right? I'm a traveler, right? That distinction in my mind is different, right? Like, there is a difference. I want to know the languages, right? I want to be respectful of the culture. And I don't want to view it or view anything in India as though it were spectacle, because it's not. Because I know what it's like to have your own community, your own people be seen that way all the time. And I would never want to do that to any other people. And everywhere I've lived, I've always strived to make sure that that is the case. Because I want to be there in such a way that I can actually learn, that I can actually get to know things, right? There's a case to be made that the modern neo-Nazi ideology wouldn't have gained steam if not for this insistent on believing you can beat bad speech with good speech. Well, yeah, I mean, it's liberal idealism. That's what it is, right? I mean, that's all that really truly is. And a perfect example of that is a person like Destiny. You know, just because he's currently, you know, sort of in the zeitgeist, I suppose, right now. Like, for him, right, he can argue that, you know, it was justified that Israel, you know, didn't allow cookies to the Gaza Strip. And of course, you're going to say, oh, well, he, you know, later recanted or whatever he said. It doesn't matter. He still used that point in an argument, right? That, oh, well, they could boil it down to get sugar to use as fuel, right, for rockets. Like it doesn't matter if he retracts it. The fact is that he thought that that was worth arguing. That's liberal idealism. Liberal idealism, the belief that, oh, we don't have to do anything else against the fascists. We just have to laugh at them. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, in Germany, when people thought that the Nazis came to power, there was this saying, right? There was this saying that food is never is eaten. It's something like it's never food by the time you eat it is never as hot as when, you know, it's cooking, right? Like when it's finishing cooking. So essentially saying that, like, oh yeah, like the Nazis are putting up this whole front, but if, you know, they were to win, right, that they would tone it down. Did they tone it down? No. And we're at that same stage. Again and again and again and again. Same thing with there was someone that was trying to tell me that voting in and of itself meant that there was democracy. And I said, no. My family in Mexico, you could only vote for one party. Just because they changed the person sitting in the eagle throne, right, every 6 years, right, does not mean that it wasn't a dictatorship. That's the reason why people have often called Mexico the perfect dictatorship. Because they can keep changing the face and nothing fundamentally is changed. It's still heavily imperialized by the United States. It's still subject to all of the horrors of that imperialism, you know, etc., etc.
At the border between Juarez and El Paso, the same space where the Bath riots once happened, hundreds of migrants have been huddled in makeshift detention center.
Like, look at this. Look at... This is not just. This is injustice. This is wrong. They're literally behind a chain link fence, and only those thermal blanket things, that's all they have to keep themselves warm during winter. What happens, like, right now that it's starting to get hot and they're just sitting out there? Imagine you have a baby or a toddler like she has. Imagine. Yeah, all of Mexico is under a sepia tint, if at all you know about movies. Well, I mean, I've seen the. Well, it's also Latin America more broadly, but particularly Mexico. They make it that very deep sepia tone. Hello, Igloo. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you. This is injustice. This is wrong. The same with the unhoused. They shouldn't have to live. Like LA shouldn't be saying, camping on public property is illegal. I've told family that we have a concentration camp at the southern border, and I can't help feeling that they didn't believe me or thought I was being hyperbolic. I mean, look. Yes, this article is from 2020. Right? And they're from some, there are some author, theorist or whatever, like sociologist or something. And they went and this author for the article, which I'll post in Discord later if people want to read it, like goes into the federal complaints that have been received. Because remember, these detention facilities are not run by the government. They are subcontracted out. So they are run by literally prison companies for profit. And in that article it also states, again, with the federal evidence, that even people that are granted refugee status are not released from those detention centers. That is horrifying. But that reminds us that this whole thing about, if you just become a citizen, no. Mexicans of all people and Jewish people of all people should know that this is not the case. The United States expelled up to 2 million Mexicans, whether we were citizens or not. Does that ever get taught? No, it doesn't. Because they literally blame Mexicans for the Great Depression. Not even joking. That's who they blame for the Great Depression. More or less. So anyway. The way the U.S. treats immigrants at the border is how Pakistan mistreats the 1.7 million Afghan Pashtun refugees. They're in concentration camps awaiting asylum. Yeah. And again, I mean, many of the people that are, ethnically Afghan or Pashtun, so many of them were born in Pakistan, right? They're not, you know what I mean? But because yeah. It's pretty scary how many people still believe we should invade Mexico, especially given the people who made up the bulk of the force that tried to do it for the first time were white supremacists. Yeah. I mean, literally the only reason why they didn't, here, let me go to the map view. So when they invaded Mexico, before they took all the northern parts, right, they essentially wanted to cut Mexico right here, if not take the whole country. But they were willing to end it, they were willing to take over this part. Right, so here you have Tamaulipas, Veracruz, San Luis Potosí, Zacatecas, Nayarit, kind of cross again, all the way across. Right? But what stopped them was the fact that they didn't want to absorb people who they considered, and I'm not going to say the word, but of a blank race. So they didn't do that. The other thing too was that they were afraid that by annexing so much land, that it would give too much power to the slave states. Of course, Mexico had already abolished slavery, so there's that too. Like, Mexico is a neutral country. It accepted refugees from the Spanish Civil War. It was even the headquarters of the Spanish Republic government in exile during World War II. It's done its, as much as it can, because again, Mexico's not perfect. It's far from perfect. But it's tried to help particularly Haitian refugees, right, attain, their asylum status, etc. Asian or Italian? What do you mean? Oh, Italian. Oh.
They've been waiting to find out if the U.S. government deems them fit for entry.
I mean, I don't know how people can look at this image and be like, yeah, these people deserve to be like this. No, they don't. They do not deserve this. The race that can't be named. I don't want to... It's a word that refers to the fact that most Mexican people are of mixed race. That's the word. Yes, many Pakistani Pashtun people are being deported because the cops don't care to check. Right. I mean, America did literally the same thing with Mexicans. Oh, your name is, Juan Gonzalez de Rivera. Okay, well, we're just going to send you to Mexico. Oh, I was born in, Wisconsin. I don't care. You're Mexican. That's the reason why I always tell people, you can use a demonym, certain demonyms, right, which just means name of people, right, the name of a people group, as a slur, right, or with the power of a racial slur, right? And one of those is Mexican. Right? The other one is, of course, Jew, right? Like, the amount of times people have said it in that way to me is, both of them, Mexican and Jew, like, all the time. And it's funny because then to the Jewish community, they see me as only Mexican, and to the Mexican community, I'm seen as Jewish. So, only. Heck, Aryans considered pretty much all of Southern Europe mixed. Well, see, that's funny because I don't know if Irene is going to ever cover this. I know she mentioned she was going to do it for the premium streamium, but, I don't know for certain. But, oh, excuse me. She need a drink of water. But there are these different, factions in the far right. You need coffee? Oh no, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. One thing I hate is those rules of coffee, right? Where it's you can't drink a cappuccino after 3 p.m. or whatever. It's like, I don't care. If I want a cappuccino, I'm gonna order one, and you know what I mean? Because I used to go to this coffee shop / bar / music venue. It was it was nice. I like going. I liked it because at that time, I was kind of just studying, right? Just kind of, and I sometimes would, if I wasn't able to sleep, or I just wanted to be out somewhere, I'm not really the clubbing or the party type, right? That's just not my thing. It's not my, other people, have invited me to go, and I've tried, and it's just not my thing. I'd rather sit at a coffee shop and start, or talk to people or something. It's just my style. You know what I mean? And so I like this place because it was open pretty much till like 4 a.m. or something like that. And then it reopened up again at 6 a.m. Right? So almost 24 hours. So I would sit there from like 11 p.m. until like maybe 2, 3 p.m., whatever. And they would have books and they would have, coffee. But they would get all, you're ordering a cappuccino. It's late. Yeah, I know it's late. That's why I want a cappuccino. Because it has milk in it. And we all know that hot milk puts you to sleep. But yeah, so Igloo, going back to what you're saying is there were different factions of the far right, and one of those factions, I feel like I need to bring out a blackboard for this. Right, there were different divisions, right? So, yeah, the chalkboard's out now, so you know what that means. Okay, so these are, right, more or less 3 different factions of the right wing, right? There's the Nick Fuentes, right, the kind of trad-cath, right, very much in the MAGA, right, Americanist. Oh, look, if anybody, like, I'm not very good at drawing, right? I mean, I like to do maps and stuff, but I know that it looks ridiculous. If anybody would like to, design emotes, I'm more than happy, because I do have spaces to use, so, Okay, so as you can see here, class, right? I know it's funny. It's like I have homoerotic right in the middle. Yes, we're talking about homoerotic stuff. So you have the Tradcath MAGA types, right, with Nick Fuentes, right? Then you have, and these don't necessarily have to go together, but a lot of times they are. But usually when I say Tradcath, I mean including the SSPX, which is a splinter group that only does the traditional Latin Mass or the Tridentine Rite, which is in Latin, right, which was approved at the Council of Trent, right? So it's funny because they talk about, tradition, right? But they use something that's only about 500 years old, or maybe 400 years old, something like that. Right, the Mass used to be said in all languages. It's never been only in Latin. But because that was during the Catholic Reformation, as now people will term it, right? They use that, right? Because it's a very formal Mass, right? That has, essentially, it means if you know. If you know the Latin Mass, right, you can go into any church, any Catholic church, and it'll be exactly the same, right? So if you were to go to the SSPX, which is a super, anti-Semitic, there actually is a book on it talking about how anti-Semitic it is, because it rejects Vatican II, right? And one of the things of Vatican II is, of course, saying, right, is apologizing for accusing the Jewish people of deicide, right, when it comes to Jesus, right? So, you know, there's all of that. Then there's the Bronze Age pervert types and his orbiters, right? And they are the ones that are like vitalism, right? They talk a lot about Nietzsche and Mishima, right? Sun and Steel. Particularly Bronze Age perverts, orbiters like to post very weird homoerotic pictures, right? But they're super straight, right? Like they're all straight, but they will post like pictures of like anime girls, and then post pictures of like, you know, literally a dude that's essentially naked, but you know, it technically doesn't break, you know, like it doesn't show certain areas of the body, right? And so, and then they'll say like Trump begins a program to, you know, have Swedes, you know, be parachuted into whatever country or whatever to, you know, blah blah blah, right? It's something racist, right? And then you have the ortho bros, and these all hate each other. So you have Jay Dyer, who is affiliated with ROKOR, the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia, right? And this church is a very reactionary church, right? Because it's a church that was formed. The far right is like an ongoing night of long knives. Yeah, pretty much. Like, as much as they love to talk about leftist infighting, it's actually quite tame compared to what happens with them. Because I haven't even mentioned the other factions, right? Because, for example, the two co-starters of the alt-right corporation, right? When it used to be a corporation, one of whom was Richard Spencer, the other one is Jason Reza Georgiani. They completely just took two different paths. In fact, they both created like movements, esoteric movements, right? One of them, the one that Richard Spencer started, is called Apolloism or Apollonism. And then the one that Jason started is Prometheanism. Yeah, exactly. Like for me, I get so much hate from like Israelis, like religious Zionists, right? Because they're like, how dare you? I'm like, how dare I what? You know? I can do whatever I want, you know. It's like, and then, you know, yeah, like, anyway, and then I start to talk about like, oh, you know, in this part of the, you know, there's a medrash that says, you know, that, you know, of course, in the Talmud, when it describes the land of Israel, it only describes it as a thin, narrow strip of land on the northern coast. It doesn't include the rest of the historic Palestine. So are you gonna tell me that we're gonna go there only? You know what I mean? You know, it's dumb stuff because, you know, they don't care. They just want to commit genocide essentially, and ethnic cleansing everywhere they go. But these three factions that I'm talking about, right? Because Nick Fuentes, right, is all about traditional Catholicism. There are other people that are trad Caths, right, that aren't necessarily like on Nick's side, but that they kind of all sync, you know, they all kind of have the similar thing, right? Like one of them, they essentially got clapped by YouTube, I think, because they were like outright, you know, being very like, yes, fascism is like the catalyst for you know, Catholic authoritarian monarchy, right? Like they started going into that, right? Then, which is, you know, one part of that Tradcaf stuff. a lot of the like trad wife stuff is also, you know, with that. But like a lot of the stuff that particularly comes out from like Nick's movement is very, I don't like, again, I am not going to question their faith, right? I don't know. Perhaps they are very truly believing Catholics. I don't know that. But just from like a, you know, kind of like from a sociological standpoint, it does somehow seem that they literally happen to be anywhere else but a church on Sunday. You know what I mean? But, you know. But, like I said, like the SSPX, that's a whole different story, right? They literally just built their, like, basilica, right? Because, again, they branched off, and essentially they're seen as heretical, right, in many cases, right? And what they essentially did was they moved to Kansas. I'm not even joking. They moved to Kansas, and they started a community there, right? So all of the traditional Catholicism stuff, right? They have a seminary, all of that stuff in the middle of Kansas. So there's that, right? But then they have their chapels all over the country. The Bronze Age pervert stuff, it's like you will get things like soul bra, right? That is like that, you know, where they start talking about seed oils and I don't even know. You know, like in fact, Soul Bra actually had one of those, like, have you ever seen those things, like sometimes they put them on TikTok, with usually they're on YouTube as well, where it's like an obstacle course kind of thing, but for like masculinity, right? And it's literally like them doing weird stuff and then getting yelled at by other dudes, right? It's kind of like that, except for like they're all shirtless and, you know, wearing very tiny shorts and doing push-ups in the middle of like Thailand. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a very, but, you know, they're very into the whole like, oh, a carnivore only diet or blah 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 blah. But, you know, but the main thing is that they all orbit around the same person, Bronze Age pervert, right? And he wrote a book. He wrote two books, but the first book, which you know, you can look it up on your own. It's ridiculous. Like, he literally writes it in that like right wing, like baby kind of language that I know Irene went over at one time, but just very, very strange, you know, very, very weird. Then he published his dissertation. He edited and published it, and it's literally about eugenics. So, you know. But yeah, it's a lot of that. It's a lot of weird, like, you know. And then you have the ortho bros, right? Now that's someone that were like, in fact, you kind of alluded to this person, Boy Meets Mini. You said like big father fascist, but like Big Papa fascist, right? Andrew Wilson, or whatever his name is, right? He is an ortho bro, right? He is in the orbit of Jay Dyer. Jay Dyer is the central person. Why? Because he's by far the most famous. He runs the largest Discord server, right? That has even like underage people in there, right? And I'm just gonna put it like this: I don't care if there is I don't care if there are 10 priests in there, okay? I don't care if there are 10 priests in there. They should not be doxing themselves, so that way you can tell them where to go to church. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's crossing a couple of lines, you know? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But, you know, divulging information like that, saying who your bishop is, saying who your priest is, not a good idea. Because, again, then you're telling people very specifically where you go, but he's also Jay Dyer is also a co-host of InfoWars. So that's why he's like super famous, because he literally sits next to Alex Jones and gets to say, you know, like if you look at his channel, and I've thought about, you know, going over a thing or two, but you know what, actually, Boy Meets Mini, it would be really, well, I don't know, I mean, it kind of would be interesting if we were to watch it together on stream, because of the fact that he like the ones where he talks about, like, you know, like theological things, but like in a debate bro way that kind of don't make sense, you know, like, and his orbiters, like, and it's funny, Igloo, this actually goes to with what you were saying earlier, right, of the, you know, of how people, they see Aryans, right, people from Northern Europe see people from Southern Europe, right? David Erhan, who is like one of the is the orbiter that runs Jay Dyer's Discord server. His name was, for the longest time, right? It would be funny though. It would be great. It would be great, because I mean, they're so anti-Semitic. I mean, it's just beyond me, right? Like, it's just like, it's like literally there are videos that are like, this is what the elites want to do, you know. Like there was a video of Jay Dyer, and I'm not even joking. It literally said that like Barbie was like a new feminist religion, and I'm like, what are you? It's a movie. It's a movie, bro. Just get over it, you know? Like, if you don't like the movie, don't go watch the movie, you know? Just stay at home and debate random teenagers. I mean, 'cause that seems to be all he wants to do anyway. Regardless, right? The dude that runs his server, his name on YouTube used to be, I think it might still be, like, you know, or whatever. It was Real Med White. You know, like talking about the Mediterranean race, right? As you know, 19th century eugenicists thought of it. So Igloo, this is, you know, goes to your point, right? That like, oh, he's acceptable because he is real med white, right? And so yeah, that's an alleyway that's you know. I will take the bus, and I will not go down that alleyway. But no, it's just like, I don't know. Like, I honestly don't know what, like, I don't know. Also, if you just look at the, like now I want to show. Let me show you just let me show you let me show you just the thumbnails. Just the thumbnails alone. What kind of numbers does he pull? Let's see. Between, like, the lowest one I see right at the top is 6.5K views. He has 17,000 on one about Dune, 35,000 on a debate, 10K talking about, you know, Epstein, 23K talking about the dark plan of the occult elite. You know, AI as the new god, 24K. I mean, it's high, right? Like, that's the reason why I'm saying, like, he is the main person, because the view counts on that type of content are increasing. Yeah, his content is something that is, again, like I said, he is the main person for the orthobrosphere. Like, everybody has to, you know, like, everybody has to interact with him, because he's the guy that, you know, went from being an evangelical or like a Baptist or something, right? Like, he went to different religions. He's the one that will, like, quote chapter verse this and that, knows Denzinger, right? So if people are Catholic, right, you know what Denzinger is, right? You know, like, I mean, he is a debate bro, right? I mean, he has debated all sorts of people. But, like, you can see here, like, the end of globalism, right? Vindication, CIA's man in Constantinople, right? Like, literally saying that there is a conspiracy by the CIA, right, to put in an ecumenical patriarch, right? That's like, look at this one. Like, what is this right here? And like this one, oh, this was one of the ones that I was like, oh, I try to watch a little bit of it, but I just red pill, neo-masculinity and the hope of Bitcoin. I was like, bruh, like, come on. Like, what does Bitcoin and masculinity have to do with one another? Like, for real though. Like, for real. You know what I mean? You know, and it's like, you know, some of his thumbnails are cool. Like, I think this one here, like the one with the statue, you know, it's like very vaporwave. But then it's like, wait, the elite plan to do what with us, right? It's like, bro, just stop. Like, you're literally just like, what are you even doing? Look right here. Feminist savior Barbie, super feminist, Gnostic. Here's why, like, the title of this used to say that it was a new religion. So, like, and like, oh, all these people talking about collapse. You know, Pope Francis, the Great Reset, inclusive capitalism. It's just like, I don't know. It's beyond me. It's beyond me, to be quite honest. But anyway. Boy Meets Mini, are you going to stream soon? I'm just wondering. Or, you know, are you done for the day? Tomorrow night, tonight? Okay. Okay, everyone. Well, thank you so very much for joining me today. I really appreciate each and every one of you that is here. And please make sure to get into the machine so that we can head over to Marcus's stream. Make sure to tell him hi. And yeah, thank you again for joining me. And I will see you all very soon. See you all later. Bye.